up? What's up? It's your girl Neek, and you're tuned in to Neek at Night. And tonight we are going to have a very long, lengthy live. I'm going to be going over this Jarvis Butts and NaZiyah Harris case. He had a preliminary hearing. This is a story out of Detroit, and it is triggering. So I do want to first offer a trigger warning due to the nature of the details. This is some very out-of-pocket things. And it's a sad story overall. I got a lot of requests to talk about this story. A lot of people have been sending this to my inbox and wanting me to touch on it, talk on it. When I first started hearing the details of this story, I thought that, I'm like, I already heard this already. The guy already went to jail. And I was confusing when people were first sending me this story with a guy by the name of Jonathan Quillis out of Florida. The details are almost identical. The stories are eerily similar. It's a guy dating a woman, and he basically takes on their niece as, you know what I'm saying, also their hunch buddy, and ultimately eliminate the girl after they are pregnant with their seed. And they also look very similar as well. So you have this story that I thought it was with this guy right here. His name is Jonathan Quillis. He is out of Florida. His victim's name was Ayanna, and she was a young woman who he groomed, and he found out that she was with child. And when he found out that she was with child, he wanted to basically delete her to not let anybody find out about it. Now, this story was out of Florida, and the story that I'm going to be talking to you guys about with this dude, he had baby mamas, fiancés, wives, and all of the things impregnating and populating Detroit, all the while being a registered who had a history of violating minors. And you had these women who were desperate. This woman is one of the women that he was with. Her photo is all over Facebook when you search his name. And people are saying that, oh, she's one of the ones that was desperate to be with him. A lot of the women that he went after were unattractive black women who, I guess, were easy to fall victim to him or whatever. Like that, but they all had a similar description, a similar look to them, and they were, in my opinion, I guess, influenced by how he looked, I'm assuming, and overlooked the fact that he was a PDF. Okay, so instead of saying, we're gonna say PDF. So they overlooked the fact that he was a PDF and really just desperately wanted to be with him. This is photos that I was able to find on Facebook. This is another photo of him right here. This is a photo of him, I guess, at a car shop. Okay. And then there's several photos of him with his children. This is him with one of his daughters. The little girl looks just like him. Then there's other pictures with him and other children. It's just a lot, but we're gonna go through it. This is going to be a very lengthy live and get you guys some of your snacks, whatever snacks that you have. And somebody, now I'm not sure if this is him or not, but y'all know when I do my research, I be all up and down the socials. And somebody had posted a post that is alleged to be from Jarvis, the guy in this story. from December 18, 2013, and it was labeling him a homo thug. And in the post, it said, "I'm a tall, light-skinned homo thug. I got a little booty that need a big old in it. If you're trying to feed please hit me up." Okay, so hold on. Let me redact some of these words before I show y'all this. Now, I'm not sure where this came from, but this was also on social media, and this was supposed to be I don't know, I guess from him, but it looked like him from the picture, and the post is from 2013. So I just wanted to share a couple of things before I got started. There was also a misconduct charge that somebody had pulled up as well, all the way back in 2004. It's a whole lot. So basically, this guy had kids by her aunt, okay? He had 5 children by her aunt. She lived with her grandmother. Now, under the roof of her grandmother was the aunt and the baby mama of him. Now, he would oftentimes come to the residence that she resided, where she lived with her grandmother and his baby mama, which is her aunt. He would oftentimes have her alone with him up at his shop, and she and him had some type of inappropriate dealings going on. She arrived to school on January 9th, 2024. And prior to her arriving to school, she had let him know that she was with child. She had several text messages to him telling him how difficult it was for her to do PE, and how, it was hard for her to do it with the baby. And he had internet searches of how to get rid of a baby at home. Now, in addition to him searching the internet and trying to find out how to get rid of a baby at home, he also was trying to find other searches as it relates to DNA, blood, stuff like that. In addition to all of the things, he was set to be going to jail on January 9th, 2024. He picked up a weapons charge where he was going to be behind bars for a year. So he was to do a year in jail. She was 13 years old. He was to do a year in jail. And before he went to go do this year bid, he did not want her to give birth for a child that belonged to him, because it would reveal that he was the father. So before he was set to turn himself in, he had to take care of this issue with NaZiyah. Now, something happened to where his date of January 9th, where he was set to be turned in, suddenly they had pushed the date back. So he had a little wiggle room to try to get rid of NaZiyah. Now, NaZiyah's grandmother dropped her off at school that morning. NaZiyah was nowhere to be found after school. She did not return home. And the baby mama of him nor the grandmother reported her missing until the next day. So all of these details are details that came out in the preliminary hearing. Each person testified: the grandmother, the baby mama, the medical examiners, who found trace DNA. There was detectives that uncovered text messages from him. He sent her text message saying that he needed his D sucked that night. And they also discussed where they were going to do it at, in the basement and things like that. So each testimony is a little lengthy, 30 minutes to 40 minutes. And so some stuff I will up the speed and put it at a little bit faster speed to have the person talk a little bit quicker. And some stuff I will have it at normal speed so that you can hear the emotion and things like that. So I think the first person that I am going to start with is the grandmother. Now, the grandmother, when she testified, she had no emotion. I'm like, where is the care? Where is the love? Like, you know, where is any of that? And it was lackluster and everything.
State and spell your name for the record. Just watch yourself.
And that's A-N-N-E-T-T-E. H-A-R-R-I-S.
Face the judge, please watch yourself. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Watch your step walking up the stairs here.
Speak clearly in the mic. You can pick it up and put it in your lap too if you like.
Okay, thank you.
Whenever ready, Mr. Makepeace.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record?
Annette Harris.
And Ms. Harris, do you know someone or did you know someone by the name of NaZiyah Harris?
Yes.
And who is NaZiyah to you?
My granddaughter.
Are you her legal guardian?
Yes, I am.
When did you become her legal guardian?
I adopted NaZiyah back in 2016.
And that was court work or paperwork filed and all of that to legally adopt her?
Yes, it took a process.
Oh.
Yes.
And back in January of 2024, did NaZiyah live with you?
Yes.
I don't want to know the specific address, but what street did you live on?
Bedford.
And is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm gonna pause this right now. The likes, make sure you hit the like button if you like me covering stories like this. If you like me spending time going down the rabbit hole, listening to all of the details, hitting the like button helps me out a lot because it lets YouTube know that you would like to see more content like this. Also, too, I do have a website, www.neekatnight.com, spelled exactly like my channel. And you can support via Cash App if you so choose to. But most importantly, we have to get those likes up and hit that like button. All right?
How long had NaZiyah been living with you at that address on Bedford?
Oh, wow. Basically, I mean, ever since I had her. I mean,
Since 2016?
well, we moved to another house.
Okay. When did you move into the Bedford house?
Let me see. 2019, we moved in that house and then moved in the house that I am now, which is still on Bedford.
Okay. And did NaZiyah make those moves with you?
Yes.
And in January of 2024, at that Bedford location, who else lived there?
Just me, the kids. My other daughter lived with me at the other address.
This
But
is
it
the
was just
grandmother.
me and my kids, and Shannon.
And who is Shannon?
My daughter,
And what's her last name?
Harris,
And she lived with you and NaZiyah and the other kids at the Bedford location?
at the first Bedford location.
Okay. At
Yes.
that first Bedford location, how many other kids in addition to NaZiyah lived there?
My other two, my grandson and my other grandchildren.
Okay. So how many kids total in that house?
Let's see. 6. Should have been 6.
And you and Shannon, correct?
Well,
Living there.
Shannon, she was there, but she wasn't really like there all the time.
Okay.
She would spend most majority of her time at my house, but actually Shannon had her place out in Clinton Township.
And when you were there in January of 24, how old was NaZiyah at that time?
January 24th, she had 13. She had a birthday in September.
And was she going to school?
Yes, she was.
What school did she attend?
J.E. Clark Preparatory Academy.
And is that also in Detroit?
Yes, it is.
Just generally, can you tell us about your morning routine with the kids, specifically NaZiyah, about getting them to school and things like that?
Sure. Okay, 6 a.m. That's when I get the children up. They usually get up, get dressed, prepare themselves. About 7:15, 7:20, we're basically saying prayer and we're loading up in the car. I'm dropping them off at school at 7:30. Breakfast starts at 7:30, and they like to eat breakfast at school.
And does that include NaZiyah? You would drop her off at J.E. Clark?
All together, yes.
Now, I want to talk about, well, let me ask it this way. Did you know someone by the name of Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today? If you need to stand up and look around.
I don't see him.
Do you need glasses, ma'am?
Yeah, my
Okay,
daughter has my glasses.
Okay, Judge, may I take a moment to go get her glasses?
Yes.
May I approach witness, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you.
And if you could just stand up and take another look around.
Okay. Yes.
Do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you
Yes.
point to him and identify a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
Green uniform with the blue mask.
For the record, the witness has identified Jarvis Butts, the defendant in this matter.
So reflected?
And may I approach the witness again, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as People's 9. And Ms. Harris, do you recognize the person in that photo?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Jarvis Butts.
And is that the same person you've identified in court here today?
Yes.
And Ms. Harris, how did you know Mr. Butts back in January of 2024?
He's the father of my daughter's children.
And is that daughter Shannon Harris?
Yes.
Okay. How many kids do they have together?
5.
And would he come around your house on Bedford in January or the months leading up to January?
Whenever he did come, he would always pull up in a white truck, and Shannon would go out to the car, and they would sit and talk or whatever, but he would very rarely come in my house.
And during that time when he would come around and sit in his car, was there any times that he would interact with NaZiyah that you saw?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. Now I want to talk specifically about January 9th. You had described your morning routine with the kids. Did you follow that routine on January 9th?
Yes, I did.
And did that include dropping NaZiyah off at J.E. Clark 7:15 to 7:30?
Yes.
And can you tell us what she was wearing on January 9th, 2024?
Yes, she was wearing a pair of light powdered blue jeans with a light powdered blue jacket that had the black little fur around the collar. It was like a 2-piece set.
Okay. And did she have a sweater on or a shirt on or something?
She had a shirt. She wore a shirt underneath it.
And you remember, did she have any other clothes with her on the 9th when you dropped her off?
She had her little blue sweatshirt with the little hoodie. She had that with her.
And do you know how or when she got that hoodie?
I bought that hoodie for her. I guess it was in the fall sometime when I bought it. When I first, I mean, it wasn't nothing new. It was just one of her old hoodie jackets she used when she go to gym.
Okay. And in terms of, if you know, the condition of that hoodie on the 9th, was it torn, ripped, damaged in any way?
No,
Okay.
it was fairly, really, like, kind of like still new, because she took pretty good care of her things.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with People's Proposed Exhibit 12. Ms. Harris, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes,
And is that a picture of NaZiyah?
yes.
And do you know when that picture was taken?
The same day, January the 9th, she took this picture.
Oh, move to admit People's Proposed 12.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 12.
And when you dropped NaZiyah off at J.E. Clark, what was the routine supposed to be after school was over?
Okay, well, when school is over, the bell rings at 2:40. NaZiyah was due to come home. And normally, when the bell rings, 2:40, 2:45, she's getting on the bus.
And was that's what she normally did on other days?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry,
And
yes.
what time would she normally arrive back at home?
The NaZiyah would be walking in through the door maybe 3:05, no later than that.
And on January 9th, did she walk in at 3:05?
No, she did not.
And were you home when she didn't come home?
I was there for a little while, but I left out to run some errands. But no, when I got to the house, she was not there.
And at that time, did you have a conversation with someone else about her not coming home, NaZiyah not coming home?
Yeah, when I picked my children up from the after-school program, I went in and my daughter said,
Objection to what her daughter said from the hearsay.
In your
I'll
response?
rephrase the question.
Okay, sustain.
Just talking about what you saw and heard, and not asking for what anybody said, but did you talk to Shannon, your daughter?
yes,
about
Shannon said she was not there.
Okay. When you got home that day on the 9th, was NaZiyah there?
No,
And did you eventually make a police report about her missing?
yes, I did. Yes, I
And
did.
when did you do that?
That morning, when I got to school, I went up and dropped the kids off to school. I talked with the dean and the principal, and
So you have a grandchild. You have a pattern established with this grandchild that she always, no later than 3:05, comes through that door. She takes the bus home. She is not late, and she always comes home no later than 3:05. On the evening of January 9th, she does not come home. You have no contact with her. You have no whereabouts of your grandchild. And then you say, well, I'm about to go to sleep. You wake up. And then the next morning, you take the kids to school. And then you go to the principal's office and say, oh, by the way, NaZiyah didn't show up last night.
maybe 3:05, no later than that.
And on January 9th, did she walk in at 3:05?
No, she did not.
And were you home when she didn't come home?
I was there for a little while, but I left out to run some errands. But no, when I got to the house, she was not there.
And at that time, did you have a conversation with someone else about her not coming home, NaZiyah not coming home?
Yeah, when I picked my children up from the after-school program, I went in and my daughter said,
Objection to what her daughter said, it's one of your
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay, sustain.
Just talking about what you saw and heard, and not asking for what anybody said, but did you talk to Shannon, your daughter?
yes,
about
Shannon said she was not there.
Okay. When you got home that day on the 9th, was NaZiyah there?
No.
And did you eventually make a police report about her missing?
Yes, I did. Yes,
And
I
when
did.
did you do that?
That morning, when I got to school, I went up and dropped the kids off to school. I talked with the dean and the principal, and I told them that I was on my way to the police station, and they told me that they would call the police, and the police, DPS police came there.
And you said DPS, is that Detroit Public Schools?
Yeah,
And did you talk to an officer at that time at the school?
yes, I did.
And was that at J.E. Clark physically at that location?
Yes,
And you said that morning, are you talking about the morning of the 10th?
yes, mm-hmm.
Was NaZiyah active on social media, if you know?
Well, as far as I know, she was. I mean, there were times that she was sneaking, go on it, you know. But yeah, she was.
Okay. And did you keep track of her social media pages like TikTok or Facebook or anything like that?
I tried. A lot of times, you know, I would take her phone and stuff from her, you know, so, you know, to keep her from being on there, you know.
And after the 9th, did you ever see any posts made by NaZiyah?
I didn't see any posts. Most of the time, you know, if there was a post or something, or she posts, my daughter or someone would call me and tell me.
Oh. Have you ever heard, after the 9th, heard any communication or seen NaZiyah?
Mm-mm.
When, is that a no?
No.
And when you dropped her off on the 9th at school at J.E. Clark, was that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Trish?
Yes.
Just to follow up, I did forget to ask this. Her bus stop, how far from your house was that in walking distance?
5 minutes.
And do you know where the location that she got dropped off at was, the address or the intersection?
Right there at 3 Mile Drive in Cornwall.
Oh. And that's 5 minutes from your house?
Yeah.
And did NaZiyah have any nicknames that people called her?
Where her family called her Tuda, but I've always called her Glamorous. I've been calling her that ever since she was born.
Is it Glamour?
Glamorous.
Oh. May I have one more, Trish?
Yes. You said Tuda?
Tuda.
Tuda.
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing further, Trish. Thank you.
Okay, Ross.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning.
Now, you are NaZiyah's maternal grandmother, correct?
Correct.
You're also her adopted parent, correct?
Correct.
And you said you adopted her in 2016?
Yeah. Should have been 16.
Okay. Is her birth mother still around?
She is.
Okay. Does she have a relationship with her?
No.
She doesn't have any type of relationship, no contact with her that you know of?
Well, let me say this. I don't deal with my daughter, so she really didn't have really no contact with NaZiyah like that. She only came around now and then.
Okay. And you testified that you currently stay on Bedford Street?
Yes,
And in fact, I think you testified you lived on 2 houses on Bedford Street.
correct.
And did not NaZiyah have friends on Bedford Street that you were aware of?
She had friends, but her friends didn't live on Bedford.
Okay. Do you know if she ever had any friends over?
No,
Did she ever spend the night at any of these friends' houses?
no,
Okay. And at your prior neighborhood, did she have friends that she may have spent the night over?
no.
Okay. You indicated that there are approximately 6 children in the house.
Well, not now. When he asked me about the address,
Yes.
I lived at 2 houses, which is on the same street of Bedford.
Okay.
Okay, so the house that we lived in before, it was my children and my daughter's children.
Your daughter being Shannon,
No, Marquita.
Marquita.
Mhm.
Okay. And did NaZiyah have any close relationship with any of these children particularly?
She was close with my granddaughter, one of my granddaughters, yeah.
Which granddaughter is that?
NaZiyah, I mean, Janiyah.
Okay.
All of their names are similar.
And Janiyah is Shannon's daughter?
Yes,
That would be Jarvis's daughter as well, correct?
correct.
And at your Bedford Street address, how many adults live there?
Just me and Shannon.
Okay. When did Shannon move in?
I'm sorry.
When did Shannon move in to Bedford?
Oh, I guess back in October, last October or something.
That would be October of '23?
Yeah,
Okay. So in January of '24, she was there, correct?
mm-hmm.
Sorry, is that a yes? or no?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And you indicated that NaZiyah participated in social media?
She did participate in social media. She was on social media a lot of times when she wasn't supposed to be.
Okay. So did you see her post or did you follow her post?
I didn't see her really posting anything. I mean, at times when I did check, I didn't find anything.
Okay.
And most of the time, if she did post something, my daughter's then would, let me know, if she posted something. But
So you don't know who her social media friends were?
the only person that I know that was one of her classmates that she would post little things with one of her little classmates.
Okay. But it's fair to say there are some things you did not know.
Yeah, well,
For those of you not sure who Shannon is her daughter that lived with her, who is the baby mama of the man who violated NaZiyah. So her daughter was having and popping out children by Jarvis. Jarvis impregnated NaZiyah and unalived her.
something, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let me go get some ice. You said I look tired, child. Let me wake myself up with some ice. Y'all watch the grandma.
Now, you indicated that you drove NaZiyah to school every day, correct?
Correct.
Who else went to school with NaZiyah?
My other 2 children, Shannon's children.
Okay. And what type of student was NaZiyah?
NaZiyah was a very good student,
Okay.
very manageable, very outgoing. She got good grades. Her attendance was good. The teachers had no problem with her. They really liked NaZiyah. NaZiyah got along with just about anybody.
Okay.
She was very likable.
Did she have any disciplinary problems?
No,
Do you recall her ever getting into a fight?
she did.
One fight, more than one fight?
There was a young lady that she had couple of, consultations with in school. And it was like an ongoing situation.
Okay. And when did this first start?
I'm not quite sure when it started, but it was like off and on, with this particular schoolmate that she had.
And this is for her current school, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, did NaZiyah participate in any extracurricular activities? Was she on band or anything?
She liked it, gym, robotics, art. I mean, she liked a lot of things that she was, involved in,
And would any of these things cause her to have stayed after school?
The only time she stayed after school was when she wanted to be enrolled in the after-school program.
Just a moment. I just want to step back a moment. We asked you about your her social media. You said there were some things that you weren't aware of on social media, correct? Did you ever check her direct messages?
Like I said, I did, but when I did, there was nothing on there.
There was nothing?
No.
Okay. Did you monitor any of her conversations?
Yeah, I would, go check,
Okay.
But like I said, a lot of times, I took NaZiyah's tablet, from her, at one point, so there was really nothing that I knew of that she was on unless she got somebody's cell phone or something,
Okay. So you did mention that she had a tablet. How many devices did she have that allowed her to connect to social media?
She only had that one tablet that I had bought her.
Okay.
And like I said, I took that tablet and put that tablet up.
So on January 9th, you took her to school, correct?
Correct.
And you said it was her and two of your other children that went to the same
My
school?
two other children and my daughter's children. I dropped them all off.
And you said that you noticed that she did not come home at her normal time.
Correct.
All right. You did not call the police then, correct?
No. Driving around looking for her. My daughter reached out to some of her classmates. I did. Nothing. And that morning, I got up, and like I said, I went straight to the school, and from there I was on my way to the police station to make the report, and they called the police from there. DPS police came to the school.
So the first report she made to the police was the next morning.
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time?
School starts at 7:30, so I got there at 7:30. They got there about, I don't know, maybe 8.
So you didn't go to the precinct, you went to the school, and the school called the police?
Yes, they called the police because I was getting ready to leave, and the dean said, "No, stay here." She said, "And we'll call the police."
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you are familiar with Mr. Butts, correct?
I know Mr. Butts.
Okay. And he dated your daughter, Shannon, correct?
Correct,
They did have 5 children, correct?
correct.
And the children, did all the children stay with you and Shannon?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, without, I don't want to give too much detail of the kids. What were the mix of the kids, boys and girls?
Can you repeat that?
What were the mix of the kids, boys and girls?
Well, I have a boy and girl, and you know Shannon has her 3 boys and her 2 girls.
So she had 3 boys and the 2 girls. Okay. And at any time, now I think you did indicate that Mr. Butts would come over and I think you said he would rarely come in, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But he would come in on occasion, correct?
Not really on occasions, because most of the time when he came in, he would pull up in my driveway, and my daughter would go out to the truck, and a lot of times the kids would go out to the truck. So it was very rare if he ever came in my house.
Okay. And you indicated that you were close, you were close with NaZiyah?
Yes.
Can you think of any reason that NaZiyah would not share information with you?
No. NaZiyah would come to me and talk to me all the time.
Okay.
If something was bothering her, or if she had a bad day in school, you know, she'll come to me and we'll sit and talk about it. You know, I always kept the door open for communication with NaZiyah and with really all of my children. So she always felt free, you know, to come to me and sit down and talk to me about whatever.
So if something was frustrating NaZiyah, she would come with you?
She would, that I know of, yes.
All right, if something was scaring NaZiyah, she would come to you?
If something was bothering her or she was frustrated about something, she'll come to me and say, "Hey, Nana, can I talk to you?"
If there was any medical condition, she would come to you regarding that?
I believe she would, yes.
And you take her to the hospital, take her to the doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's the grandmother's testimony. She didn't really say anything of substance, for real. Now, the next testimony that I'm going to fast forward to is her daughter, Shannon. So let's see what Shannon, the baby mama, has to say. Now, I haven't watched Shannon's testimony yet, so I'll be watching it for the first time with you guys. But this is the baby mama of the man that violated this young girl. So let's see what the aunt, Shannon, who lived with the grandmother, has to say.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Watch your step, please. Have a seat.
You want to speak into this mic, you can also pick it up holding your laptop.
Whenever you're ready, Mrs. Ripley.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Shannon Harris,
And Ms. Harris, how old are you?
31.
And back on January, or in January 2024, where did you live?
But my mom resides with my mother,
With your mother? Okay, who's your mom?
Annette Harris.
Somebody in the chat said you thought Shannon was the mother. The mother is not in the picture. The mother is not a part of the story. The mother was not in her life. The mother was not around. So anybody a part of the story, any names that you hear mentioned are going to be the aunt, the grandmother, and people like that. So this is the aunt who lived under the same roof as the grandmother, and she is the baby mama of the accused.
And without telling me the exact address, what street did you live on?
And she is the one who also noticed that NaZiyah did not come home that evening and did not call the police. And she is also a person who is already under the impression that he is a child offender.
Bedford.
And do you have any children?
Yes.
How many kids do you have?
5.
And do all your kids have the same dad?
Yes.
Who's their dad?
Jarvis Butts.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
Green, blue, whatever. Green.
Green. Your Honor, would the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
So reflected.
Thank you, Judge. And you said your mom's name is Annette. Do you have any sisters?
Yes, 2.
What are their names?
Kenyatta Harris and Marquita Harris.
Are they older, younger, something else?
Oh, there. Marquita is a twin. She's my twin, same age.
Okay. And Kenyatta's older?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any nieces or nephews?
Yes.
Do you know someone named NaZiyah Harris?
Yes.
What's your relationship to her?
My relationship to her, she is my niece. I'm her aunt.
Okay. And whose daughter is she?
My older sister is Kenyatta Harris.
Okay. And did you have any nicknames for NaZiyah?
Yes. We all called her Tudda.
And is that Tudda?
Yes.
And did NaZiyah ever know Jarvis through you?
Yes.
Okay. And when did NaZiyah and Jarvis first meet?
When she was little, like age 2.
And can you kind of describe the relationship between NaZiyah
I
and
should have had her
Jarvis?
pull her mic down.
Should be just the uncle and the niece relationship, no more than that.
How often would Jarvis be
What you mean just the uncle and a niece relationship, no more than that, when he violated and deleted your niece and was having an inappropriate relationship with her, and all the while right up under y'all house in the basement and all of that? It's like I couldn't even formulate that answer even if that's what I thought before I found out the details. Once I find out the details, ain't nothing pleasant about the description of him. Oh, they just had a normal uncle and niece relationship. No, they did not. No, they didn't. He impregnated her. Wasn't nothing normal about it, and he knew her since she was 2. Child, this is my first time seeing her testimony, so I already had seen the grandma. This is my first time seeing this.
And is that Tudda?
Yes.
And did NaZiyah ever know Jarvis through you?
Yes.
Okay. And when did NaZiyah and Jarvis first meet?
When she was little, like age 2.
And can you kind of describe the relationship between NaZiyah and Jarvis?
Should be just the uncle and the niece relationship, no more than that.
How often would Jarvis be around, like at your house with you?
He will call or say, can he come see the kids, or the kids will ask, can he see their dad? And he will come, pull up either to my house where I used to live or at my mother's house.
Would NaZiyah ever be around?
All the kids would be around.
To your knowledge, would NaZiyah ever text Jarvis?
From my knowledge, no, unless I will have her to text.
But to your knowledge, you didn't know of any kind of separate outside relationship?
No.
Would there ever be times where, where did you know Jarvis Butts to work?
Pardon?
Where did you know Jarvis Butts to work?
Where did I know him to work at?
Yes.
He worked at 2 different locations. The first location would be on East Warren, and the other location would be on Gratiot and Connor.
And what were those locations?
Those are the auto repair shop.
Okay. Would you ever know NaZiyah to help Jarvis Butts at his shop?
Yes, he will call me and say, hey, if I can get our daughter and NaZiyah to come and work up at the shop. And I would say, let me ask my mom first regarding NaZiyah.
And which daughter of yours would that be?
That would be my oldest, Janiyah.
Okay. Would you ever know NaZiyah to go to Jarvis's shop alone?
No.
Whose birthday is on or around September 26th?
That's my my 4th oldest birthday.
Okay. Do you recall a birthday party on September 26th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And was Jarvis there?
No.
Okay. And that would have been his son's birthday party?
Yes.
Were there ever times that you would text Jarvis off of a text now number?
The only time I would text Jarvis off a text now number is if my phone is off. Other than that, no.
And
She sound a little slow. Is it just me or is she like a little delayed? That still ain't no excuse, but it's giving a little delayed to me. I don't know. Something is off with her.
do you recall the numbers that you would text Jarvis from?
Yes.
Okay. And does a 586-510-5161 sound familiar?
Yes.
And what number is that?
That used to be my old number.
And is that number that you would text Jarvis from?
Yes.
Okay. And what about a 586-842-4504?
That was the number before this number.
Before the 510 number?
Correct.
Okay. And is that a number you would also text Jarvis from?
Correct.
And what number did you have for Jarvis Butts?
The 313-585-8719.
And did you have any numbers for NaZiyah?
It was a funny looking area code. The area code was a 231.
Okay. I want to show you some messages from People's Exhibit 16 and ask you some questions about them, okay?
Okay.
Brandon, may I approach?
Thank you so much for the super chat. I just gave you a wrench again. Just modded you back. And so y'all telling me, so this is the lady that was in this purple? Cause everybody on the Facebook was saying this is her. So this is her? Because on the Facebook, they said it was her. But then I said, this don't look like her. But if she lost weight, then I guess that is her. Because if you really look closely, hold on, let me make the other one big. Because if you look closely, they got the same facial structure.
Yes.
I'm gonna direct you to messages on or about June 27th of 2023. Do you recall those messages? Did you send any of those messages to Jarvis Butts?
No.
Okay. And do you know, I believe there's a phone number here that's highlighted. Whose phone number do you know that to be?
Jarvis Butts.
Okay, and you don't recall ever sending any of those messages?
No.
Okay. And now I want to direct you to messages from June 28th of 2023. How about any of these? Did you send any of these to Jarvis Butts?
No.
What about any messages from July 2nd of 2023? Did you send any of those messages?
No.
What about messages from August 26th to 2023? Did you send any of those to Jarvis Butts?
I'm sorry, was there 26?
August 26th.
No. These aren't my messages.
Did Jarvis Butts ever tell you that NaZiyah texted him to meet up on January 9th, 2024?
No.
Did you tell Jarvis Butts about not being able to locate NaZiyah on January 9th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me, how did you tell him that?
I called him. He didn't answer. I sent him a message asking him, have he seen Tuda, any whereabouts? And I said no Tuda, and he responded back, oh wow.
I didn't hear what you said, the last part.
Last part I had, I texted him. Well, at first I called him. He didn't answer. The second time I sent him a message, still no Tuda. He replied back, oh wow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And just for record references, I'm showing her what's going to be proposed, People's Exhibit 48. Ms. Harris, those text messages that you just referenced, do you see those on this page?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's fair to say you stated to Mr. Butts, well, first of all, whose phone number is this at the top?
The phone number is my old telephone number.
Okay, and who is the phone number below that?
Jarvis Butts.
Okay. And is this, I guess, do these fairly inaccurately represent these two messages? 3, 4, 5, 6 messages sent between you and Mr. Butts on January 9th, 2024, to January 11th, 2024.
The first page is, yes, it's correct. Second page is correct. Yes,
Okay. And so on January 9th, like you had indicated before, you had stated that you told him that there was still no Tutta.
correct,
Okay. And you said he responded, oh, wow.
correct.
Okay. And on January 11th, was NaZiyah still missing?
Yes,
Okay. And did you ask Mr. Butts to do something?
At this point, I just asked that if she's going to read from the text message, just omit the exhibit.
I
You have
can.
an issue with moving to admit?
No, Judge.
Okay.
These fairly and accurately represent text messages between you and your phone to Jarvis and his phone between, well, they start back earlier. Some from December 3rd, 2023 through January 21st of 2024. These fairly and accurately represent text messages between
Yes.
you and your phone to Mr. Butts and his phone?
yes,
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 48.
Okay, they'll be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So on January 11th, did you ask Mr. Butts to do something?
yes.
And what is it that you asked him to do?
I asked him, can he share the missing flyer on his Facebook page?
Okay. And did you send him a copy of that missing flyer?
Yes,
Okay. And to backtrack just a little bit, on December 3rd, 2023, do you recall sending messages asking Mr. Butts if he needed NaZiyah for anything?
yes, I do remember.
Okay. So do you remember this text on the first page of People's Exhibit 48?
Yes, I do remember this message.
Okay. And did you send that message?
Yes.
Okay. And what did the message say?
Tada said, do you still need her to?
Okay. And do you know what is that referring to?
It was, Tada had asked me to contact Jarvis and see if he still needed them to clean up.
Okay. And that would be to clean up his shop?
Yes,
Okay. And to fast forward, on January 21st of 2024, you sent some messages to Mr. Butts. Is that fair to say?
yes.
Okay. And can you read these last 3 messages?
These last 3 messages is, to be honest, these messages I seen into the inbox to you, I really don't know what to believe anymore. Stay away, Ramon, I mean it. The next message is, I don't know what to say, or Twitter is on. Since this shit doesn't sit right with me, call it what you want, I'm good, period. It says, this for life. Nigga, I thought about it, and you can pass it.
And,
And don't call me, no need to explain shit. I already see it.
okay. So you were referencing some messages that you saw in Tada's inbox.
Correct.
Tell me, how did you see some messages? Well, first of all, where were these messages, where were they at?
The day
And the next series of questions better be, and when did you go to the police to report these messages? When did you, that better be the next series of questions after they establish whatever he sent her. Now, I seen other people's testimony, but this one I wanted to save to react live with you guys. So anything that happened with her testimony, I'm watching it for the first time with y'all. I have seen other testimonies. So that better be next.
of Officer Gardner came to pick up NaZiyah's tablet. My mom asked me to put it on the charger. I put it on the charger. Officer Gardner, after that, Officer Gardner called and said she's on her way.
You're saying. Without saying what.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Who is Officer Gardner? Hold on, I missed something. Hold on. Me blabbing my mouth, I'd have missed something. Who is Officer Gardner?
Forward. On January 21st of 2024, you sent some messages to Mr. Butts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and can you read these last 3 messages?
These last 3 messages is, to be honest, these messages I seen into the inbox to you, I really don't know what to believe anymore. Stay away, Ramon, I mean it. The next message is, I don't know what to say, or to his own. Since this shit doesn't sit right with me, call it what you want, I'm good, period. It says, this for life. Nigga, I thought about it, and you can pass it. And don't call me, no need to explain shit. I already see it.
Okay, so you were referencing some messages that you saw in Tada's inbox.
Correct.
Tell me, how did you see some messages? Well, first of all, where these messages, where were they at?
The day of, Officer Gardner came to pick up NaZiyah's tablet. My mom asked me to put it on the charger. I put it on the charger. Officer Gardner, after that, Officer Gardner called and said she's on her way.
You're saying. Without saying what.
Okay, I'm sorry. The officer had called and said that they was on their way to come
Still
pick up
hearsay?
the tablet.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Sustained as far as hearsay.
yes, thank you, Judge. Okay, continue.
So the tablet, before the tablet was picked up, I looked inside to this tablet. She has 2 passwords that I normally know. So one of them is referenced for her brother's birthday, and the other one is referenced for my password. So I put the first password in, it didn't work. So I put the second password in. So the first thing I went to was Instagram, which I was scrolling. And I seen Jarvis Butt's Instagram page. I clicked on his page, and I seen 2 messages.
Okay, and what were the messages that you saw? Who were they between, first of all?
NaZiyah, my niece, and Jarvis.
Okay, and what were the messages that you seen?
It was roughly 2 messages that I have seen that I can recall. States.
I'm going to object to this as hearsay. They have not been admitted, and the messages themselves would be the evidence.
Were they of any, were the messages of a sexual nature?
No.
Okay, and you said you saw 2 messages.
Yes.
Okay, did you see anything else?
It was two sent pictures, but you can't really make anything out. It wasn't nothing there, but it was a picture was sent.
Okay. What did seeing those messages, what did they cause you to do?
Well, when I seen no messages, I called him.
Who's
and Jarvis Butts.
Okay.
Called him while he was at work, asked him, what is these messages I seen between you and my niece? And he said, what messages? Said it's 2 particular messages that states out and it's a picture. And he stated that, I don't know, on these messages, I told him what the messages were, and he said it was probably our children was messaging him. And I stated no, because I know how our children will text.
Okay. And reading those messages, is that what caused you to text
Mr. Butts, yes.
Mr. Butts, in that you've seen the messages in the inbox and you don't really know what to believe anymore?
Correct.
Okay. One second, Rich. Shannon, I want to take you back to January 9th. Were you home that day?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see Naziah that day?
My senior did that morning, correct.
Okay. And do you remember what she was wearing at all?
Her coat and her uniform at the time, she had on some blue jeans. I don't really recall the outfit. I just know the coat she had on.
And what was the coat that she had on?
She had on, it was a 90s coat with all the characters on it.
Okay. And you recall seeing her wearing that the morning of January 9th?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach people's already admitted exhibit 2?
Yes.
I'm going to show you people's exhibit 2. Can you tell me, do you recognize a coat in this photo?
Yes.
And whose coat do you recognize that to be?
Naziah's.
Okay. Now, after you, when you saw Naziah that morning, what did you do the rest of the morning?
Nothing, I was at home with my mom and my 2 children.
And do you ever leave
Where was the rest of her kids? Oh, were they at school?
the house at any point that day?
No, I was at the house the whole entire day.
Okay. And do you know what time Naziah would normally get home from school?
On certain days, she will stay for after school, and then on certain days she will come home. The days she will stay for after school is 6, and the days that she don't is at 3 o'clock.
Okay. And on January 9th, do you know if Naziah had the
And the part that I skipped forward from the grandmother's testimony, the grandmother stated in her testimony that she had taken Naziah out of after school program. She said that Naziah had an issue with a young girl, so she took her out of the after school program because she didn't get along with a little girl that was in the after school program. So there should have been no suspicion of her staying after school because it was abundantly clear that she was not going to be in the after school program any longer and had no reason to be up at the school. So I skipped forward that part because
after school program?
Yes. At that time, my mom took her out of the after school program, so she will come home directly at 3 o'clock.
Okay. And were you home at 3 o'clock?
Yes.
And did you see Naziah come home?
No.
Okay. And did you see her come home at all the rest of the night?
No.
Okay. Did you leave at any point after 3 o'clock?
No.
Okay. Did you, yes, when Naziah didn't come home, did that cause you to experience or feel?
Yo, the judge is like me. Baby, we cannot hide facial expressions. My facial expression be written all over my face. Did you see how the judge looked at her and then looked at the prosecution? Okay, let me bring it back just a little bit, because that judge looked at her like, girl.
Do you know if Naziah had the after school program?
Yes. At that time, my mom took her out of the after school program, so she will come home directly at 3 o'clock.
Okay. And were you home at 3 o'clock?
Yes.
And did you see Naziah come home?
No.
Okay. And did you see her come home at all the rest of the night?
No.
Okay. Did you leave at any point after 3 o'clock?
No.
Okay. Did you, yes, when Naziah didn't come home, did that cause you to experience or feel any type of way?
It did. When she didn't come home is when my mom went to go pick up the other 2 children from the after school program. They knocked on the door and they had asked a question and said,
Objection, sounds like hearsay.
One second. You have a response or?
A question isn't hearsay technically.
I think she said.
It's just a question.
Yes.
She was getting ready to say a question. Okay,
What
finish
was the
what you were
question?
saying.
What was the question? that was asked?
The two children had asked me, Mom said, did
That's the hearsay. Mom-
NaZiyah come home?
The hearsay is mom said.
Okay, so were you asked directly whether NaZiyah came home?
So my mom was still in the car, I was inside the house. They was coming to the house, walking up to the door. When I opened the door, they asked me, Mom said, did NaZiyah come home? I said, no,
Okay. And was NaZiyah home at all?
no.
Okay. And did you do any sort of looking for NaZiyah that night?
Yes.
What did you do?
I called my twin sister. I called some of her friends that I know that stays close by. If they had seen NaZiyah, heard from NaZiyah and everything. And when I reached out to my sister, she said no. Her friend said no. So after that, I asked my mom, did she want me to call the police? She said no, she will take it up in the morning.
Okay. Just one second.
Now, why are they zooming in on her hand? They trying to show us she ashy or what?
Shannon, did you know NaZiyah to have a pair of red and black Nike shoes?
Yes.
Okay. And if I showed you a picture of them, would you be able to identify them?
Yes.
Okay.
And she talking about, they asked her, what did she do? And I bet you them phone calls was more gossip than anything. I guarantee you it was more like, girl, NaZiyah fast tail didn't come home. You know, she fast, woo-de-woo, you know. It was probably one of them type of calls versus, oh my God, NaZiyah didn't come home. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure those phone calls she had was more gossip than concern.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And for the record, this is going to be from People's Proposed Exhibit 14, and it'll be picture 34. Do you recognize these shoes?
Yes, that's a pair of shoes that my mom bought for her to the birthday.
Okay, thank you. Now, back on the 9th, you said your mom was going to file a police report in the morning.
Correct.
Okay, did you go with
And somebody in the comments said, you hate the word fast. Fast is only used for black girls. No, it's not. And to be clear, I do not think that NaZiyah is fast. I believe that she was groomed and taken advantage of, and she was in an environment where the adults could care less if she was coming or going. However, that's just how I think the conversation went from the sentiment that she's given, what I believe that she probably was saying on that call. But the word fast is not just for black little girls. Child, please. It'd be all kind of races that be.
with her to file a police report in the morning?
No, it was my older sister.
Okay. Did you do anything on the 10th as it relates to trying to find NaZiyah?
Yes, we went out, I and some others went out to go get some pictures, made copies. We went to other stores, passed out flyers, and everything that we need to do. Now, what was asked of us to do.
Okay. And since January 9th, 2024, have you seen NaZiyah?
No,
Have you, since January 9th, 2024, have you heard from NaZiyah?
no.
Nothing further at this time, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Harris, I also have some questions for you. You and Mr. Butts have been, or you've known him for about 12 years?
Correct.
And fair to say that you were in a dating relationship with him for most of that time?
Correct.
But towards the end, like last year, it was more off and on, fair to say?
No, it was on and off for years.
For years, okay. But you have 5 children with him?
Correct.
And this relationship that you had with him, even towards the end when it was on, it was a sexual relationship, right?
Correct.
Sometimes you go to a motel to have sex with him,
Correct. When, yes.
and that motel was the Park Reston.
Or the SharePoint.
There was more than one.
Multiples, yes.
Okay. But one of them was the Park Rest. Said yes.
Correct.
And it said in Harper Woods,
Correct.
on Harper.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know?
Somebody in the chat said, how did they know she was pregnant? Because the text messages that she had after this investigation went underway that she sent to Jarvis.
If Mr. Butts, or do you suspect that Mr. Butts has taken other women to those motels also?
Correct.
You do?
Mm.
I believe you said that you have, of your 5 children with him, 2 are girls
Yes.
and 3 are boys.
Correct.
And in January of this time, well, January 2023, you were living with your mother on Bedford, correct?
Correct.
Prior to that, were you living in Clinton Township?
Correct.
When did you leave the Clinton Township home and move to the Bedford home?
October 23.
And so there were times when you were in Clinton Township that Mr. Butts would travel out there to see the kids,
Correct.
and then when you moved to the Bedford address, he would go to the Bedford address to see the kids.
Correct.
And then the Bedford address is when NaZiyah was also living there, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you just testified that on January the 9th, you were living at that house? on
Correct.
Bedford, and you were there during the day?
Correct.
And so were you one of the first people that realized that NaZiyah did not come home when she was expected?
And the grandma is a liar because the grandma tried to make it seem like, oh, Shannon wasn't hardly there. Whoop-de-whoop. But Shannon was there all day, didn't leave nowhere, none of that. Like, she lived there.
To be home.
Well, we didn't realize. I didn't realize it until I had got a question by the other kids had asked, did I have NaZiyah came home yet, or have I seen her? And I said no.
Do you remember what time that was in the afternoon?
That was in the evening. My mom picked them up 6 o'clock.
So that was about 3 hours later than she normally should have been home?
Correct.
Was that surprising?
Yes, it was. One, we thought that she was at the after-school program, but it didn't dawn on no one until my mom came back to the house, and she wasn't here, or she wasn't in the car when they had got in the car.
And so when you all realized that she wasn't at school and she wasn't at home, was that surprising?
Yes.
But you didn't go to the police that night?
No.
She ever not returned home previously?
No, this is her first time ever doing this.
Did she have friends in the neighborhood that she would go visit?
Yes.
And you said, are those the folks that you contacted to?
So she has no pattern of not coming home. She always comes home. And y'all said, to heck with it. We just gonna wait till tomorrow.
Ask.
Yes.
You were just shown a pair of red and black Nike shoes, right?
Correct.
And you identified those shoes as being NaZiyah's shoe. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's a shoe that looks like the shoe that NaZiyah is wearing, correct?
Correct. Correct.
You can't say for sure that that
Yes,
exact
her-
shoe came from NaZiyah, is that fair to say?
Correct.
And I think you testified.
We got other testimonies to go through. Let me speed up the playback speed. So let's speed this up a little bit because we got the aunt to go through. We got the text messages. We got so much more. So I'm a speed her up a little bit, y'all.
That very rarely would you ever use text now to contact Mr. Butts.
Right.
Only if your phone was turned off,
Right.
and that was not very often.
Right.
Would NaZiyah ever have access to your phone to use it?
Yes, like she would ask, hey, TT, can I see your phone? Sure, I wouldn't mind, yes.
And so would she text from that phone?
Probably, yes.
Did you ever notice any text from
No.
her on your phone?
No.
Did you ever notice that she had used your Text Now app?
No, the only time when I would notice something is say if me and Jarvis would, we won't be on the same page seeing eye to eye, and I would call him and he said, why you will call me? Or like, why you continue to keep calling me? And I would say, I haven't called you all day or in 2 days. Then I would go ask my kids, like, hey, are y'all calling your dad? Because I haven't called him.
And until you looked in NaZiyah's Instagram account, did you ever notice anything on your phone that caused you to be concerned
No,
between NaZiyah and Mr. Butts?
no,
Mr. Buttsby said would come to the house to see his kids.
correct.
He would drop them off at the house sometimes. He would take them places.
Yes.
He would pick Janiyah up from there.
Like he, depending on like if he will pick up the kids, if I need him to pick up the kids from the pick up or drop off spot for school, he will do that. Yeah.
And then take them either to the township when you lived there or to the Bedford Street address.
Correct.
Okay. But most times he wouldn't even come to the house, right?
He will come to the house. He will call me first before he will come.
Would he come into the house physically, or would he sit in his truck outside?
50%. He will sit in the car and wait till the kids come outside, or he will knock on the door.
Okay. Would he be in the house for any length of time?
Only if I'm inside the house.
Like he was visiting with you?
Yes.
Okay. So you never knew a time that Mr. Butts would have been alone in the house with NaZiyah?
No.
You can't think of a time when he would have been in the house and had gone down to the basement with her?
No.
Or any other room in the house alone?
No.
Would Mr. Butts have ever been at that house if another adult, like you or your mother, weren't there?
He will. What you said?
Would Mr. Butts ever be at the house if you or your mother weren't there?
No. It will. It will be me or another person.
The idea that anything was going on between Mr. Butts and NaZiyah is shocking to you, right?
Correct.
You had no idea.
No.
You never noticed anything between NaZiyah and Mr. Butts that made you concerned?
No.
You never saw any inappropriate behavior?
Not at all.
You didn't notice Mr. Butts paying any special attention to her?
No.
Certainly if you had noticed that, that would have caused you concern.
Yeah, it would have raised a whole bunch of red flags.
Likely you wouldn't have invited him into the house, correct?
Correct.
You find it hard to believe even that Mr. Butts would hurt NaZiyah.
But I won't know. I don't know what he will do if a person's back is up against the wall.
But the thought of that was hard for you, at least at one point, to believe, correct?
Correct.
Now, during the time that you and Mr. Butts were together, you had children with other women,
Correct.
pretty consistently with other women,
Correct.
more than one woman.
Correct.
Some of those women you actually knew about, correct?
Correct.
They lived kind of even in the same neighborhood on the east side.
Correct.
Would you suspect that there were women that you didn't know about?
Correct.
Even one that lived, or more than one that lived over on the west side?
Correct.
You believe he was going out there to see somebody around the end of 2023, January 2024?
Correct.
Before January the 9th, you had a conversation with NaZiyah about a location on Outer Drive in Belfort,
Yes.
and that was surprising to you, right?
Correct.
That's on the east side of Detroit?
Yes.
Did you end up giving her directions on how to get to that location?
Yes.
Why did you give her directions?
I was just getting out the shower and just getting myself together. She asked me, she said, hey, TT, she said, where is Belfort and Outer Drive? And I told her, I said, you know exactly where Belfort and Outer Drive at? I said, Outer Drive is right where the wine basket at, and I said, you know where Belfort at? And she was like, I get Belfort and Bedford mixed up. So I said, you already know Belfort is before Bedford. So she said, okay. She said, because we are in school and we are learning about our surroundings. So I said, okay. But that was the only two things that she had asked, was where was Outer Drive and Belfort at.
Does that location have any special significance to you?
No.
Do you know anybody at that location?
No, the only thing that I'm used to, I'm familiar with is just picking up Jarvis.
if this speed is too fast for you, you can make your playback speed on your end slower. So you go down to the settings where it's like this little settings tool, click it, and you can change the playback speed for yourself a little bit slower. But we got to speed through her.
Out of drive in Belford. It's just on the corner.
On the corner?
Mhm.
Not an address?
Not an address.
Okay. When was this conversation that you had about that location? Do you recall?
This was right before NaZiyah went missing.
Like how soon before? Weeks?
Maybe like it was still like in that same week she went missing.
Mr. Butts didn't have his own vehicle, fair to say?
No, he didn't.
He generally used
His female's vehicles.
Did you know Mr. Butts to park at one location and maybe walk to another to kind of try to remain undetected?
Pretty much, yes.
So would it be not out of the ordinary for you to have to pick him up at a random, or what seemed to be a random location to you?
Correct.
You lived with NaZiyah for, you said, from about October until January the 9th.
Correct.
So you spent a lot of time around her?
Yes.
You knew her mannerisms?
Yes.
Her demeanor?
Yes.
Her moods?
Yes.
Did anything strike you as out of the ordinary about how she was acting at any point in time in December or January before she disappeared?
No, NaZiyah, nothing has changed. Her character, none of that. She was just the same old NaZiyah. Nothing's different.
NaZiyah's a brother, right?
Yes.
Is it an older brother?
Yes.
Now, he had run away in 2023, is that right?
Yes.
Objection relevance.
If it's something that had bothered her or something that she was dealing with at the time, could cause a change in her demeanor.
Okay.
So she did have a brother that ran away?
Correct.
And was that something that she struggled with?
She didn't like the fact that her brother was running away. Yes, she didn't like it.
Around the same time, around the time, December or January, was her mother supposed to come visit, her biological mother?
Yes.
Did she end up coming to see NaZiyah?
Yes.
She did. Did NaZiyah seem to have some big emotions about that contact?
Yes.
It was complicated, fair to say?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about that?
All the time.
Did you notice anything? You said you didn't notice anything in a change in mood. So
No.
what about physically?
No.
Cap, you got a little girl that is being groomed, pregnant, and
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Did you go to the Park Crest Inn on January 9th, 2024, Mr.
No.
Bucks?
No.
And fair to say, you knew of Mr. Butts having other female friends?
Yes.
Okay. And even some that you didn't know about?
Correct.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you didn't always know what Mr. Butts was doing?
No.
Okay. You couldn't account for his whereabouts every minute of the day?
No.
Did you know him to, one of those cars that you used, did you know him to have a white Escalade type truck?
Correct. Yes.
And you were asking questions about Outer Drive and Balfour. Fair to say, from what I gathered, the only connection you have to that area is Jarvis Butts.
Correct.
Okay, so he's the only one you would associate with that area.
Correct.
all right, that's the end of her testimony. Now, let's go to the detective. Now, the detective had uncovered all of these text messages between him and her. And there was also an interrogation that they did where they talked to him. And he was basically talking about how he wanted his DS that night and all kind of stuff. But let me go to, let's see. It's his fiance. So that was the baby mama. And now this is the fiance. And you can start to see the type of women that he would go after.
Okay. If there's anyone on YouTube or watching this live stream or anyone in the courtroom who may testify or is a witness on this case, you must exit the courtroom. That includes the virtual courtroom as well. And with that, you can call your next witness.
At this time, people call Tashiana Davis.
This his fiance. And then we're gonna go to the, I'm only gonna show a little bit of her, and then we're gonna go to the detective.
Give the court reporter your name right here, and then I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes. Watch your step. And once you get situated, you can hold that whole microphone with the little white cap on it in your lap, or just lean into it. Just tug it off of it.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record, ma'am?
Tashiana Davis.
And Ms. Davis, I want to ask you about someone by the name of Jarvis Butts. Do you know that person?
Yes.
And how do you know Mr. Butts?
He was my fiance.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
He's right there with a green top on.
For the record, the witness has identified the defendant, Jarvis Butts, in this matter.
So reflective.
Thank you. And how long, you said he was your fiance.
Yes.
How long in total have you known Mr. Butts?
4 years.
And-
Since 2019.
2019?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And when did you become engaged?
2023.
And can you tell us a little bit about the nature of that relationship? Do you have any children with him? Things like that?
No children.
Okay. And would Mr. Butts sometimes stay over at your house?
Yes.
How often would that happen?
Pretty often, but we didn't live together.
Okay. I want to take your attention back to January of 2024 and February of 2024. Did there come a time when Jarvis Butts asked you to drive him to court?
Yes.
And when was that?
February 7th.
Of 24?
Yes.
And was there a time before that that you had to drive him to court?
Yes.
And when was that?
January, I think it was the 9th.
Okay.
It was in January.
So you've at least driven him to court twice?
Yes.
And let's talk about the January 9th date that you drove him. What was the reason he wasn't driving himself? Why were you driving him?
Because he thought he was going to have to turn himself in then for another case, and then they rescheduled it.
Okay, so on the 9th, he was supposed to turn himself in, but didn't actually end up doing that?
Correct.
Okay. And then on the 7th, did he ask you to drive him to court again?
Yes.
And what was the reason that you drove him to court on the 7th?
Because he was supposed to turn himself in.
And did he end up turning himself in on the 7th?
Yes.
Okay. When you were driving him on the 7th of February 2024, first, what kind of car do you drive?
2005 Suburban.
And what color is it?
Tan.
And when you were driving him to court, who else was with you, if anyone?
Nobody.
Just you and Mr. Butts?
Yes.
And when you were driving him to court, did you ask him about his cell phone?
Yes.
What did you ask him?
I said, "Where's your phone?"
And what was his response when you asked him that question?
He left it at home.
And did you have any other conversation regarding his phone on the 7th when you were driving him to court?
No.
And what did you said he did turn himself in?
Yes.
And so you drove back home, correct?
Yes.
Did you eventually have some contact with the police department?
Yes.
And where were you when you had that contact?
In the hospital.
And what did they ask you about generally?
Did I know anything about a missing child?
And do you know anything about missing child?
No.
Did they ask you about his cell phone?
Yeah, I believe so.
And did you know or have any reason to believe, other than what Jarvis told you, that his phone was someplace else?
No.
And did you know that his phone was in your car?
No.
Did you give permission to the police to search your car?
No, they just came and took it.
They had a search warrant?
Yeah.
Okay. And were you present at your house when they came and took your car?
No.
And did you observe them search through your car and pull anything out?
No.
Okay. May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
And you said you knew Jarvis Butts for 4 years?
Yes.
And would you communicate with him via cell phone?
Yes.
And do you know the last 4 digits of his phone number, if you remember?
9.
If you don't remember,
I don't remember.
okay. Would looking at text messages refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
If you could just look at the phone numbers on it.
The first one.
And does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And what were the last 4 digits of Jarvis Butts' phone number?
8719.
At some point after you dropped Jarvis Butts off at the courthouse and he turned himself in, did you go to his place of employment on at 9000 Connors?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk to his business partner, Cordell Wright?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Thanks, bro.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Davis.
Good morning.
You met Mr. Butts at Frank's Garage, is that right?
Yes.
And that's where Mr. Butts was working about 4 years ago.
Yes.
You were taking your car there?
Yes.
And I think in your words you said you kind of never left after you met him. Is that
Right.
fair to say?
Yes.
You guys got along really well?
Yes.
And you just kind of started a relationship from there?
Yes.
Would you go up to the garage after that relationship started,
Yes.
kind of just to drop in?
Yes.
At any point in time while you were at Frank's Garage, did you ever see any children there?
No.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Butts was very protective of his phone around you?
Yes.
He would never let you see his phone screen,
No.
wouldn't give you access,
No.
certainly didn't give you his passcode or anything. In fact, you've actually actively tried to get into his phone, right?
Yes.
I think you had mentioned that when he was sleeping, you tried to kind of wave it in front of him to see if
Yes.
that would unlock it.
Mm-hmm.
You took a picture of his face once and tried to
Yes.
put the screens together. So you wanted to know what was in his phone.
Yes.
And he did not want you to know what was in his phone?
No.
As far as you know?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to him about why he was so secretive with his phone?
Yes.
And does it have something to do with the fact that he was seeing other ladies?
Yes.
And you suspected that at the time?
Yes.
And so that's why you were looking for proof?
Correct.
Okay. So even though you suspected that Mr. Butts was unfaithful to you, you still stayed with him?
Yes.
One reason for that is because he was good with the kids?
Yes.
He cared for your kids?
Yes.
He took them places?
Yes.
He took your son up to the shop?
Yes.
He showed him how to change the oil in the car?
Correct.
And you viewed him as a good father figure?
Yes.
Did you ever see anything inappropriate or that would cause you to see a red flag with regard to him and your children?
No.
Did you ever see him acting inappropriately with any other children?
No.
Certainly if you had, you would not have allowed him in your house.
Oh,
Fair to say?
absolutely not.
You knew that Mr. Butts had other children, right?
Yes.
With a woman named Angel
Yes.
and a woman named Shannon.
Yes.
All right, enough of her. She really didn't give nothing of substance. She just was something for y'all to look at. But let's go to, who is this lady? I haven't seen this testimony.
we are back on the record. This is case 2459617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Afternoon, Matthew Mathews on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon, your staff. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggins, P82125 on behalf of Mr. Jarvis Butts.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973, also on behalf of Mr. Butts, with co-counsel Lauren Butler.
Team number 88126.
Thank you, Mr. Butts. State your name again, please. Okay, you can have a seat.
Speak up, damn diddler boy. Jarvis Butts. Over here trying to whisper in Jarvis Butts. Like you wasn't talking like that when you was telling them kids or that little girl to suck your D. And y'all was planning to go in the basement. Jarvis Butts.
Mr. Makepeace, before you call your next witness, just a question about how many witnesses you intend on calling today.
Today, Judge, we have
All right, let's speed this along. All right, that y'all say in the chat this woman found her ID.
Whomever it belongs to.
okay. And when you picked it up, did you read the name on that ID?
Yes.
And what was the name on the ID?
Zanaya, whomever it belongs to.
88126.
Come on now.
Detroit Police Department.
Okay, walk this way.
Watch yourself.
Yes, watch your step. Take your time, get up the stairs. And once you get situated, that microphone, the one with the white cap on it,
Yes, ma'am.
you can pull that whole microphone and put it in your lap, or just make sure you speak into it when you testify, okay? Okay. Thank you.
We're going to get to the text messages, y'all.
Pick that up. May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record, ma'am?
Valerie, excuse me, Valerie Louise Smith.
And Ms. Smith, I want to call your attention back to March 7th of 2024. At that time, in what area did you live?
That's where I live currently. I'm 7 Mile Evergreen area.
Okay, and is that near Evergreen and St. Martin's?
Yes.
Okay, is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on March 7th, 2024, did you come into contact with the police?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the reason you came into contact with the Detroit Police Department?
I found a young lady's ID
And where did you find that ID?
directly across the street from my house.
And was it like a driver's license, school ID, or something else?
School ID, it looked like.
And when you found that, was that the first time you had seen it there?
No, I stepped over it for 2.5 weeks before I decided to pick it up.
Okay, and is there a reason after 2.5 weeks of noticing it there that you decided to
I
pick it
just
up?
decided to pick it up that day. I was going out shopping. I said, well, let me get it and send it back to whomever it belongs to.
Okay, and when you picked it up, did you read the name on that ID?
Yes.
And what was the name on the ID?
Zanaya Harris.
And did that raise any concerns in your mind?
It sure did.
And what's the reason it raised concerns?
I just heard it on the news before it came out.
You heard her name?
Her name, yes.
And when you picked it up, did you have gloves on or anything like that?
No, no.
And you used your bare hand then?
I took my phone and flipped it. And when I saw the name, I just put my hands on the outside of it.
And what was the reason you just put your hands on the
I
outside?
didn't want any disturb any of the prints that were on there.
And when you picked it up, did you place it in anything?
Once I got to the next stop, I was on the bus line. I took it in the gas station and I put it in a lid.
Okay, so let's back up for a second. You picked it up and then got onto the bus?
Yeah, but I still had it like this.
And-
I never put my fingerprints, any more prints on it.
And for the record, the witness indicated by holding her hands about
Yes.
3
like
inches
this.
apart.
Yes.
Her fingers. And when you got to the gas station, did you go into the gas station?
Yes.
And did you tell the people in the gas station about what you found?
Yes, sir. I also told the bus driver what I had found.
And then after you told the gas station people, what happened next?
I asked them to call the police for me.
And did they?
Yes,
And then did the police come to your location?
yes.
And after the police got there, what happened next?
They took me back to my house so I could show them exactly where I found the ID at.
All right, so we're gonna fast forward to the
Dates. What is the actual registration date as it relates to that phone number for NaZiyah Harris? Can you sort of look at this?
If I could look at the report to refresh.
Intermatter.
Yes.
Thank you.
The registration date for the 231 number is March 4th, 2023.
Okay, and that's as it relates to NaZiyah Harris getting that number.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me see if they made this clip a little bit louder.
Sergeant, I had asked you yesterday about the subscriber information as it relates to People's Exhibit 16, which is for that 231-743-3137 text now number. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I had asked you about the phone ownership dates. What is the actual registration date as it relates to that phone number for NaZiyah Harris? Can you sort of look at this?
If I could look at the report to refresh.
Intermatter.
Yes.
Thank you.
The registration date for the 231 number is March 4th, 2023.
Okay, and that's as it relates to NaZiyah Harris getting that number.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I want to just backtrack a little bit before getting back to the messages. You had stated yesterday that when you searched Mr. Butt's home, you had found some guns.
Yes.
Did you, in any other searches, did you find any other kind of weapons?
Yes.
And what were the, well, first, where were they found and what were they?
When we had searched Neff, there was a firearm inside the vehicle, the same vehicle that had Mr. Butt's phone. That firearm was later determined to be registered to Tashiana. When we searched Mr. Butt's car, there were several like kitchen knives in there throughout the car, various sizes. There was the weapons that were inside his home. I mean, I believe that was as far as any weapons. There might have been some other type of blunt instrument or something, but nothing significant that I documented.
Okay. And Mr. Butt's vehicle that Escalade was processed?
Yes.
And those items were sent to the lab?
Yes.
And it's along with Miss Latricia Johnson's Nissan?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk in your training and experience, having been with police for 24 years.
Yes, like as Shark said, if you guys have not hit the like button, like what are you doing? At least hit the like button if you guys are enjoying the stream. Not that the content is enjoyable in that manner, because the context of the content is disturbing. Just if you like to hear stories, be aware of things like this, and you appreciate the channel, y'all can always send in a Cash App, a donation, and y'all can donate via Cash App to this one on the screen. This is my new Cash App. Some people still have my old Cash App, but this is my new Cash App if y'all want to donate to the channel. But most importantly, overall, hit the like button.
Have you seen types of wounds made through clothing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you saw the black hoodie that was recovered had some holes in the head, in the hood area.
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with what, like either some sort of like sharp object or a gun or something of the sort. Are you familiar with what that would look like through clothing?
And yeah, at this point, I'm going to object. I think the answer would call for her to speculate on what caused these wounds.
I'm not asking her to say what caused the
I'm sorry,
holes.
call the holes. My
In this
apologies.
specific
Yeah,
case, but in her
correct.
experience.
Yes.
Okay,
That's
you
correct.
may.
This is the detective that was investigating the crime. She also, interrogated him. She discovered text messages and all those things. So this is the investigator detective.
Be objecting after a few questions, but for this one, overruled.
Yeah, so throughout the hundreds of scenes that I've been to, various scenes, whether they may be fatal stabbing, it may be a blunt force trauma, I've responded and processed many gunshot scenes. When there's clothing where a weapon was used, you do see that type of tearing. It could be from a bullet hole, it could be from a knife, it could also be from a struggle or pulling.
Okay. And just to be clear, you don't know how those holes got in the hood of that black hoodie.
Correct.
Okay. But those holes could be, in your experience, consistent with things that you have observed in your training and experience as it relates to struggles, stabs, bullets, things of that sort.
Correct.
Okay. Now, on Mr. Buck's phone, after that January 9th text to NaZiyah saying, okay, was there any other texts to NaZiyah's number after that date?
From Mr. Buck's phone?
Yes.
No.
Okay. There was no attempts to reach NaZiyah's number on Mr. Butt's phone?
There was no contact between Mr. Butt's phone and the text now number after that.
Okay. And in your role in this case, did you go through NaZiyah's kind of social media records and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And since January 9th, 2024, have you been able to find anything as it relates, anything from NaZiyah Harris on social media?
No.
Now,
All right, so because they did not uncover her body, they have to establish that after this date that he was supposed to have picked her up, and they have text messages showing that he agreed that he was going to go pick her up. She has not been on social media. She has not sent out any texts or anything like that. So they're establishing after January 9th, she hasn't had any communications. Just want to clarify that part.
we got to hear some of these text messages in the interview, but going through them, that's what we're going to start now. Let's start with 15. Starting with People's Exhibit 15. These are the messages from 313-379-5882. Do you have a copy with you?
I don't have a copy of that number.
Okay. Can you read the messages that were sent from that number to Jarvis Butt's number, or I guess the messages that were captured within People's Exhibit 15? So, including the dates and approximate times.
So the first message is September 24th, 2022 at 22:15 hours UTC. She sends Bald head Janiyah, come here.
And that's to a number that's not Mr. Butts.
Correct.
Okay.
Then the next message is on September 27th, 2022. All of these dates are from 2022. So September 27th at 1:37 a.m. UTC. It is sent to Mr. Butts' phone. We fitnessing happy birthday. Immediately after that, at the 17-second mark, again to Mr. Butts' phone, it says, come on. On that date, September 27th at 1:52 a.m., another message is sent to Butts' phone asking, you okay? September 27, 2022, 1:54 a.m., she sent a message, where are we doing it at your choice? Immediately following that text, a message is received to NaZiyah, to this text now number, from Mr. Butts' phone that says, you tell me. 9:27, 1:55.
All right, so these messages is her asking him where they about to do it at. This was in September of 2022, and she disappeared in January of 2024. So for at least a year and some change, not quite 2 years because this is September, but it could have been before that. But a year and some change, he was humping this baby. And at the time of her disappearance, she was 13. So she would have been what? 11? 12?
a.m. A message is replied to Jarvis. It says basement. 1:56 a.m. A message is sent to NaZiyah from Mr. Butts' phone that says, you sure? At 1:50.
And let me bring it back some so that you guys can hear the whole series of messages because I started talking. So let me bring it back. So they're arranging to do stuff in the basement of her grandmother's home.
1:56 a.m. A message is sent to NaZiyah from Mr. Butts' phone that says, you sure? At 1:56 a.m., a message is sent to NaZiyah from NaZiyah to Mr. Butts saying, or job. At 1:57 a.m., a message is sent to NaZiyah from Mr. Butts' phone saying, can you suck my dick, please? The message immediately following that from Mr. Butts' phone to NaZiyah, and make sure you erase the messages. Still September 27th, 1:59 UTC, a message is sent to Mr. Butts that says, okay, that is what I planned to do. Another message is immediately following that at 2:01 to Mr. Butts. You turn me on just looking at you, and then there's a bunch of letters, which possibly is maybe an image that was sent that doesn't capture on the messages. 2:02 a.m. NaZiyah sends another message to Jarvis. What time to be in the basement? 2:03 a.m. he replies and sends her a message that says, go change your clothes and take your panties off. NaZiyah replies to Mr. Butts and says the letter K. At 2:10 a.m., so 7 minutes later, a message is sent from NaZiyah to Jarvis's phone. I hear you. What you looking at? Jarvis replies back immediately to her saying the letter U. At 2:13 a.m. UTC, still on September 27th, NaZiyah sends Jarvis a message that says, I know, I'm finna sleep good. There's another message directly after that that has a bunch of symbols, so I'm not sure if it was a one of those little emojis. 2:14 a.m., she sends to him, what about you? The next message she sends to him immediately after, sometimes I be wanting to live with you. 2:16 a.m., she sends to him, you know what I mean. 2:18 a.m., she sends, what time I'm ready. 2:23 a.m., she sends to Mr. Butts' phone number, we not doing it or what? 2:23 a.m., NaZiyah sends to Mr. Butts, I really want you. This is still on the same day, September 27th, 2022. This is now 2:23 a.m. UTC time. Mr. Butts replies to NaZiyah, yes. 2:24 a.m. NaZiyah sends, pull your car down the street and come back, I'll be waiting. 2:25 a.m. Jarvis's phone replies back to her, come ride with me and Nye, N-I-Y. 2:25 a.m. she replies, did they say I can come? At 2:30 UTC, she sends him a message that says, I'm sorry but love you. 2:30 UTC, he immediately replies back, come on. 2:31, NaZiyah replies, I can't, I'm going to get in trouble. The next message is at 2:35. She sends, when you come back, drop Nye off, pull your car down the street, and I'll come in the base, I'll be waiting. Then immediately after that, she sends, basement, please. Jarvis replies, okay. At 2:40, Jarvis replies, you in the basement yet? Immediately after that, NaZiyah replies back, yeah. Now we are the next day being, it's now September 28th, 2:28 a.m. UTC. She sends Jarvis a message that says, are we doing it tonight? I'm ready, fresh out the shower. The next message is a reply from him to her. Well, this is September 30th now at 1:25 a.m. UTC. He replies, yo. September 30th, 2:59, she replies, you coming over? She then sends another message directly after that, don't have school. At 3:07, a reply is received to NaZiyah from Jarvis saying, yep. She then replies, okay, we'll be waiting. At 3:17 a.m., he sends another message, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, text me when you get here. At 3:21 a.m., this is still September 30th date, Jarvis replies and sends a message to her saying, outside. Now we have skipped to September 30th, but it is now on here at 23:13 hours UTC. She sends a message to Jarvis saying, hey boo, you coming over? The next message is now October 1st, 2022, 1:51 UTC. She sends a message to Jarvis asking, "You coming?" He sends her a message that says, "But I can't nut inside you, so it's different." At 19:11 hours, he sends her a message that says, "Send me some pictures, please." At 19 UYA. At 12:08:35 seconds, she replies, "School." 12:08:49, he sends her a message that says, "I'm at your house."
And now, I want to go, actually, can you keep reading through June 5th at 12:09? Oh. 12:09 and 4 seconds.
So the next.
Somebody said, what case is this? This is the case of NaZiyah Harris. It's in the title.
So just one more message down?
Yeah, just keep reading it.
Okay. 12:08, June 5th, he had sent to her, "I'm at your house." At 12:09 and 4 seconds, she says, "Damn, we was just." Then immediately after that is another text that says, "There." Then at 12:11, she sends him, "You bet not be in my room." At 12:12, she sends, "I need another phone." At 12:13, she sends, "I miss you." At 12:14, he sends her a message that says, "I stole your panties."
Okay. And now, were any of those messages deleted?
No.
Okay. Now I want to go to June 16th. There's some highlighted messages there.
June 16th, 2023, at 2:50 a.m. and 25 seconds, she sends to Jarvis, "Didn't I make you come faster than ever?" On June 17th, at 8:59 and 06 seconds, she sends to Jarvis, "I'm sorry for making you mad, but do you ever think how I feel knowing that I can't have you to myself? But you have me to yourself, and no, I'm not seeing anybody else, I swear."
And were either of those deleted?
No.
Now,
Not her telling this grown ass man, "You got me to yourself. I'm not seeing nobody else." All the while, he got that freaking lady. I'm going to be nice because I was going to say some mean things, but I'm going to be nice. He got that lady driving him to court and all that, talking about she the fiance. Then he got the baby mama. Then he got the other lady. And then you got the nerve to be violating this child and manipulating her mind to where she feel guilty.
I want you to go down on the page to June 23rd. And there's a set better highlighted.
Yes. June 23rd, 2023, at 23:54 hours, she sends a message to Jarvis.
Somebody said he was manipulating her. She a kid, don't judge. What in what I just said made you think that I'm judging a baby or a kid? everything that I said was directed to him. Where in anything that I just said was in response to her. I was talking about the damn nasty Negro. Nothing that I said was blaming her. The hell?
The letter U, then you going to hit it from the back again with question marks at the next day, which is now June 24th at 19:11 hours. He sends her a message that says, "Send me some pictures, please." At 19:20, she replies, "Don't you still got the other pics?" At 19:47, he replies to that.
Look how the judge is locking eyes on him and looking at him with disgust.
And says no. At 20:19 hours, she sends to him, "I will send some."
And now moving through to June 26th. There's a set highlighted there. Oh wait, sorry, first.
You said you read her response, so I said, and if I could rewind my live and bring it back if y'all didn't hear what I said not him making her feel guilty and manipulating her. That's what I said. Me reading what she said was in reference to him and how he was manipulating her. Me reading her message means what? What?
Those ones that you just read, were those deleted?
Yes.
Okay. Now moving to June 26th.
June 26, 2023 at 16:31 hours, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, "Call me when you have time." At 16:33 hours, he replies back to her, "I want some pussy." At 16:33 hours and 50 seconds, she replies back to him, "You can have some." At 16:39 hours and 41 seconds, he replies to NaZiyah, "When?" At 16:49 hours and 28 seconds, she sends to Jarvis, "Whenever you come get me." At 21:16 hours, she sends to Jarvis, "Call me, want to tell you some, SUM." At 21:24 hours, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, "You can get some today." At 21:24 hours, she sends another message that says, "You can get some pussy today."
And were any from that set deleted?
Yes, all of them.
All of them, okay. Now moving to June 27th. There's a set that's highlighted. Can you read those, please?
Yes. June 27th at 7:55 UTC. There is a incoming call to NaZiyah from Jarvis that is listed as a missed call, and the name on here that she has this number saved is Bae for Life, BAE, the number 4, and then life. Then at 7:56, he sends her a text that says, "Are you naked yet?" At 7:58, she replies to him and says, "No, I don't want to get naked." At 7:59, she replies, "Are you mad that I didn't get naked?" At 8:01 hours, he sends to her, "I used to you telling me no." At 8:06, still on June 27th, he sends her a message that says, she sends him a message that says, "Come on, babe, I'm sorry, just not in the mood right now, I'm sorry."
Okay. And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Okay, now, jumping to just a little later in the day, on June 27th, there's a set highlighted.
So on June 27th, now at 16:24 hours, he sends her a message that says, "But I can't nut inside you, so it's different." At 16:25, she replies, "Why you can't? Didn't you do it before?" At 16:25 and 40 seconds, he replies, "But I had to buy a pill to do so." At 16:26, she replies to him, "Yeah, you right." At 16:26, 28 seconds, she sends, "But what you doing?" But it's
So he's sleeping with her, not using no protection, making her take Plan B pills.
abbreviated WYD. At 16:28 and 45 seconds, she sends to him, "Are you busy?" with a question mark. And those were deleted.
Thank you. Now, jumping forward to June 28th.
On June 28th, so this next set in here, they're all sent from NaZiyah to Jarvis.
Yes.
And they start at 17:10 on June 28th, 2023. And it starts off as, "Bae, I didn't go see nobody. I swear I came straight back." At 17:11, "My friend lived right down the street. She didn't answer, so I came back and went to sleep." The next message, "Bae, please, I'm sorry." Immediately after that, she sends, "I didn't sneak out for nobody, I swear." 17:12, 58 seconds, she sends, "I know you having a rough day, but I swear I'm not lying." At 17:14, she sends, "Babe, please, I swear I didn't go see no niggas." 17:14, she sends, "I don't talk to nobody but you." 17:15, she sends, "I was only out for 5 or 10 minutes. I came straight back." 17:15 and 56 seconds, "You didn't respond to none of my messages, so I thought you was asleep, so I went to sleep." 17:17, "Why won't you believe anything I tell you? I'm not like other girls. There is no need for me to lie to you." 17:18, "You said I'm all yours, but you acting like it. You are overthinking it. I just want to be yours." 17:19, "Please stop ignoring my calls. You don't want me to see nobody, and I'm not." 17:20, "Bae, I'm sorry I didn't tell you." 17:21, "I promise you there is no one else." 17:24, "If you don't believe me, I will send you my Instagram password."
Now, these next messages, from 17:24 to 17:25, don't read what the username and passwords are, just that they were sent.
So the next message is she's sending her Instagram username and a password along with her Gmail email and giving the password to that as well.
Okay, and now starting again with 17:26.
So on June 28th, still 17:26, the next message is still all being sent to Jarvis from NaZiyah are, "I hope you believe me now. You really don't want to believe me, but I will tell you the truth every time." Immediately after that, "I just want to make your day better, babe. I'm sorry. Feel free to log in at any time or go through my messages." Now at 17:42, she sends, "I only want to be with you." at 1809. Bae, I'm sorry for not telling. I swear I will next time, please. Still 1809. Bae, I love you. Please call me back. Now at 18.
If you guys think that the grandmother should get neglect charges, put at 1 in the chat. If you guys think that the Aunt Shannon, who did not call the police neither, knew about this, and she should get neglect charges, put a 2 in the chat. If you think both should get neglect charges, put a 3.
18. Come on, babe, please. At 1819. So what if I will be able to get out tonight and I'm calling you and texting you? Are you still going to ignore me? At 1821, she says, you are so busy, I feel like you don't want me. This is why I don't open up to you. Because if I do, you get mad and don't want to talk. So how am I going to trust you? I do, but you don't trust me. It's up to if you want to be with me or not. At 1845, she says, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't get why you so upset. At 1846, all I try to do is make you happy, but clearly I'm not enough for you. Cut me off. I don't anymore. You FRL, for real.
And if anybody came in after she started reading the messages and didn't know that I issued a trigger warning, if you have been violated by someone when you are young, I apologize, but this is a triggering story. This is something that is, it happens a lot. And as parents, we live in a social media age to where our children they do have access to social media. And even if they don't have cell phones, these kids know how to use those tablets that the school gives them to log into certain accounts. They also know how to use the games that they have to log into certain social media accounts as well. So as parents, you just have to really be proactive and diligent in what's going on. Because a lot of parents, they'll think, oh, I didn't buy my child a cell phone, or, you know, this and that. But it's like all these schools issue all these kids computers. They all, or not all of them, but a lot of them have tablets, and a lot of them have gaming, either PS5 or some type of gaming that has access to the internet and has access to social media. So just be aware and be diligent as parents.
Never even fucked with me. All I want is you to love me. At 1847, I tried so hard, but you don't understand that. I'm sorry if you feel like I'm cheating, but I'm not. I gave passwords and all that, and all. What more do I have to prove I'm not cheating? Now this.
Can you imagine a overgrown man that got upwards of 20 kids with big backs, a fiance, baby mamas, and all, making what was she at the time of these texts, a 12-year-old, think that they're in a relationship and making her think that she cheated on him or trying to use mind manipulation so that he can control her? Whew.
This message is when Jarvis actually finally replies, which is at 1855. He sends to her, I'm working, love.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Now, moving on to June 29th.
June 29, 2023 at 21:44 hours. She sends to Jarvis, when you off work. At 21:49, she sends, pick me up before you pick up NaZiyah. At 22:02, she sends, hope to see you soon. At 22:47, she sends, I'm never getting out of this hellhole. At 22:48, he replies with the letter Y. 22:48, she sends, she will never let me out, it's so boring over here. 22:50, she sends, well, I will, she has the word she on here, UTM. And then the very next text after that, it says, I will see you tomorrow. Then at 22:50, he replies to her, or tonight.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
All right, I'm sorry if y'all want to hear more of those messages. I really can't stomach too much more of that. I'm gonna go to what the judge said in her reading these people for filth. I was gonna go to the sister's testimony next, which I'm gonna still watch the sister's testimony with you guys, but I want to jump straight to when the judge sets this case forward for trial and how the judge reads everybody for filth. She basically reads the grandmother for filth. She reads the auntie for filth, and she goes in on everybody who failed this young girl. So let me fast forward to that. The messages, it's like I heard enough. Like I can't. Like it's too much. It's like it's too much. It like the more I listen to the messages, the more I child. Let me be quiet because makes it makes you want to find where the grandmama is and where the auntie is and say what's up. You know what's up? What's up? What type of time y'all on? What's going on? You know. Let's hear what the judge has to say, and then we'll go to his sister's testimony. We're going to the sister's testimony, just not right now.
Regarding a trial, and the one thing I had highlighted in pink is the quote, in this case there was no physical evidence such as bloodstains or a weapon leading defendant to Joyce's death. In this case, we don't have the same facts or circumstances. I do agree this is a circumstantial case, and circumstantial evidence is sufficient for a bind over and even conviction. Today is January 9th, 2025, exactly 1 year, from the day NaZiyah Harris disappeared. Before I get into the charges, and the main charge of premeditated first-degree murder, I have to speak on NaZiyah Harris and the community who failed her. And I am only presented with certain evidence. I don't know the whole story. The attorneys know more than me, the family knows more than me, but from what I have heard over the last 4 days and 5 days total, is that several people failed her. I don't know where her mother is. I don't know anything other than that she was forced to live in a home where she was not protected or given the adequate attention and love. I don't know where her father is. I don't have any mention of him in her life, no presence. To Cordell, AKA King, and all the men who saw Jarvis Butts hanging out and always around these young girls, including NaZiyah, and his 9-year-old daughter going up to the shop to clean up his shop. The school counselor who never showed up, or the person who was supposed to show up if that counselor was absent, after NaZiyah was on the floor on the day she went missing, saying that she needed to speak to someone and speak to a counselor. There's no mention of CPS. but I wonder what their involvement was over the years, because this was not just a one-year thing. There are text messages at least from 2022. To her adoptive grandmother, Annette Harris, whose testimony, in my opinion, was very questionable. I understand why the people put her on the stand to establish NaZiyah's residence and the houses on Bedford and the regular routine, to establish also that NaZiyah was not a runaway child, that she was not a bad kid. I do believe she adopted NaZiyah. I do believe that she had 6 kids in the house. I believe that NaZiyah had on a dark hoodie the day she went missing, and that she had on red and black Nikes that day. What is hard to believe is that the defendant never came into the house as she testified. And there was also a minor that testified that he did as well. Text messages that show between him and NaZiyah that he did in the basement, saying he was going to the shower, stealing her panties. He was always lurking around that house and asking for Janiyah and Zaniyah, from what I know. I even thought about the breakfast routine and saying that all the kids like eating breakfast at school. Did they have a choice? I don't know. But to always send those girls up there to clean up the shop raises questions. And how were there 2 women in that house who have birthed children themselves who did not notice that NaZiyah was pregnant, and I believe she was, and not having her period anymore? But then after hearing text messages today, begging Jarvis for pads as if she didn't have anyone else to give them for her. And what stood out the most was when Annette Harris stood on the stand, and she learned around 6 p.m. that NaZiyah did not come home from school, and said she looked around for her and decided to wait until the next morning to call the police. Without a tear, without emotion, or any expression of being devastated. And to her Aunt Shannon, who also showed no emotion, expression of being devastated from NaZiyah going missing. She stated that she had friends help look for NaZiyah, but was directed to just wait until the morning to call the police. A grown woman who likely suspected something strange going on didn't feel the need to call the police either. They were both able to go to sleep at night without hearing from NaZiyah or having any indication that she was coming home that night. And of course, the defendant, who I will get to in a minute. I don't know who else failed NaZiyah, but the community did.
Oh, this is normal speed. Somebody said I sped it up and it still sounds slow. I only sped up the Shannon, but everything else has been normal speed.
As far as the people establishing probable cause, I will focus on count 1, as it's been stated that there is no contention with counts 2 and 3. In count 3, I will amend based off of the motion and the testimony I heard that NaZiyah was 12 and not 13 at the time that Jarvis Butts had sexual intercourse with her. The prosecution is correct. You do not have to have a body to establish first-degree premeditated murder. It would have been a much shorter exam had her body been found, but this is where we are. In the last 365 days, no text messages. We all heard today and yesterday that she was very active and frequently texted. No social media for a year. We heard through testimony that she was also active on social media. No phone calls, which she was also able to do according to testimony. No physical sighting of her by anyone. She never came back to school. No one has seen her. Medical records dated from July 2014 to October 2023 indicated that she had no life-threatening medical issues that would lead to a natural cause of death. The black hoodie found in the area of 7 Muhlenberg with her DNA and blood on it. The holes in the hoodie consistent with some sort of struggle, violence, or weapon being used. And we know that there were no holes in that hoodie when she wore it to school. We saw a picture of her in a black hoodie on her last day that everyone saw her. I do believe her grandma testified truthfully about the sweatshirt that she had on and that was practically new. And the border agent who said that no evidence of animals would have destroyed the clothing or the shoes to possibly lead to animals tearing up that hoodie. The clear glasses found in the blue Nissan the day after she went missing. The behavior of the defendant when he snatched those glasses. They looked exactly like the glasses she had on in her last picture, according to the witness. The shoes that her brother described as the same shoes that were found also in the area of 7 Muhlenberg near the hoodie. While this is still probable cause, the evidence all points to Jarvis Butts. His locations, him being seen with her last, the abortion searches, the abrupt silence between the two of them in text messages, and the constant lies he told throughout the entire investigation. And they were proven to be lies with text messages and other testimony. We may never know what happened, but from what I heard today and over the last 4 or 5 days, it appears he intended to perform what he thought was a do-it-yourself abortion on NaZiyah, and it went south, and instead of seeking medical attention for her, he intentionally killed her and tried his best to cover it up. As much as I want her to be alive today, there is at least probable cause to show and believe that she's dead and that she was murdered by Jarvis Butts. Mr. Butts, stand up. You've been sitting over there for 4 days with your head down, hidden between and behind your attorneys with your mask on.
Get him, Judge!
Taking vigorous notes. I want you to pay attention and listen to everything I have to say. I have been trying to figure out for the last 5 days, you. At one point, I thought you were cognitively impaired in the beginning of this exam. And then maybe you had the brain of a 10-year-old, and that's why you were doing such things. But as I heard more and more testimony, you're just a true definition of a pedophile. Watching you laugh and brag about all the women you have with different women and the children and the girlfriends, and making babies to groom them, and having them in your presence, cleaning up, quote, cleaning up your shop, and the little girls around you, has landed you here today. You groomed NaZiyah. You played mind games with her. We all heard that. You controlled her emotionally. She was exposed to so much at such a young age. The text messages between you two were disgusting to hear. And to think that she had you saved in her phone as bae for life. NaZiyah deserves so much more. And while I mentioned other people that failed her, Jarvis Butts, you are the monster in this whole picture. She did deserve love from her parents and everyone who was in her life. She was ignored, she was neglected, and you took complete advantage of that. She wanted someone to love her, and she will never know what that feels like. Your children deserve more. As much as defense counsel has raised issues on count 1, all that has done is raise the question of fact for the trier of fact, which means that this will be for a jury or a judge to hear in Third Circuit. I pray for the healing of all the victims and the young girls and possibly boys who have come into contact with you. As a community, we should look at this case as a prime example of how much work we have to do when it comes to protecting our children and especially our black girls. I pray for closure and healing for all those who have been traumatized by you. And for you, Jarvis Butts, I wish you a speedy trial and that justice be delivered. Your bind over date is January 16th at 9 o'clock a.m.
All right. Now let's go to the sister's testimony. His sister was very, very, very emotional. She was, you could tell she was very bothered by this situation with her brother. So let me go to her sister now. And if y'all want to go back to the text messages, we probably could go back later. But right now, I just need a break from those messages. But the judge pretty much gave us a summary of it. But here's his sister.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Watch your step. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Director.
Thank you, Judge.
You're going to speak to the mic if you want to hold it in your lap.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Tijuana Butts,
All right. And how old are you, Ms. Butts?
46.
And do you know someone named Jarvis Butts?
Yes,
And how is it that you know him?
he's my brother.
Okay. And how old is Jarvis Butts?
42.
And do you know his birthday?
Yes,
When's his birthday?
November 21st, 1982.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
I saw him walking in.
Okay. And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
He has on, I believe it's dark green shirt. He's sitting behind the lady to the side of you.
Okay. And Your Honor, would the record reflect when it says identified the defendant in this case?
So reflected. And just to be clear, you said I saw him walking in. You saw him when you were walking in or when he was walking in?
When I was walking in just now.
Thank you.
And Ms. Butts, where did you know Jarvis to work?
He worked at a shop on Warren and F, called Frank's, and then he moved to a shop on Hopper and Connors. I don't know the name of it.
Okay. And Ms. Butts, do you remember talking to Detroit police back on February 26th of 2024?
Yes.
And what's the reason that you went and talked to Detroit police?
I had reason to believe that I saw NaZiyah the day she went missing.
Okay. Tell me about that. What makes you believe that you saw NaZiyah on the day she went missing?
Where do you want me to start this alive?
So, from the very beginning, where is it that you think you saw NaZiyah?
At the shop on Harbor and Connors.
Okay, and whose shop is that?
My brother Jarvis Butts and his partner.
Okay. What's the reason you were at your brother's shop that day?
Something was wrong with the car that I was driving, and I just needed him to check it out to make sure it was safe for me to drive.
Okay. Do you recall about what time did you go to Jarvis's shop that day?
About 4 p.m., give or take a few minutes.
Okay. And around what time did you leave?
Somewhere between 6 and 6:30.
Okay. And what is it that you noticed while you were at the shop?
So, it's a car, like garage. So I was sitting outside of the shop in my car because they were working on another car on the inside. As I sat there for the time that I was there, I kept seeing a little girl get in and out of his truck, going to the gas station and going back to his car.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you right there. Whose car are we talking about?
My brother.
Okay, and what kind of car was it?
Believe the Cadillac Escalade.
Okay. Do you remember what color?
Kind of like a pearl white, off white cream color.
Okay, and you said you described this as like a 2 garage shop?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to approach with people's Exhibit 7.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Butts, do you recognize what is it we're looking at in People's Exhibit 7?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
That is the shop
Okay.
right in the middle.
And where at were you parked when you saw someone getting in and out of Jarvis's truck?
In front of the car doors of the garage right here, I was parked facing, I don't know what direction it is, but going towards Gratiot. I was like in front, but outside.
Okay, so you were kind of parked parallel with the road.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you draw a T where your truck was?
My car?
Yeah, your car was.
Can I?
Yes. And then put an arrow the way you were facing. And where is it where that Jarvis's truck was? Just put a J where Jarvis's truck was. And what way was his truck facing?
It was facing my direction, so the front was
Towards you. Okay, so put an arrow for that direction. Okay.
I'm gonna let it play, Kim.
Now, do you get a look at this little girl that you see getting in and out of his car?
I saw her as she was walking. I never saw her face.
Did you see any clothing? A look at this little girl. And
Look how she looked over at her brother after she do that.
It was facing my direction, so the front was
towards you. Okay, so put an arrow for that direction. Okay.
The lady in yellow is his sister.
Now, do you get a look at this little girl that you see getting in and out of his car?
Thank you for the super chat.
I saw her as she was walking. I never saw her face.
Did you see any clothing?
I did.
Okay. Did anything about the clothing stick out to you or that you remember?
I just remember her having on a colorful jacket.
Okay. And what door, which side do you remember seeing her getting in and out of Jarvis's truck? Or did it change?
I don't really remember.
Okay, that's okay. So you said you mostly remember a jacket, a colorful jacket.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as People's Exhibit 2, which is already admitted, and People's Proposed Exhibit 10. You under my approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Handing you what's marked as People's Exhibits 2 and 10. Okay. Do you recognize anything in those photos?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
What is it that you recognize?
Right here, this jacket.
And for the record, you're pointing up in channel 1, and you recognize this like pink colorful jacket?
Yes.
Okay. And that's in People's Exhibit 10? Your Honor, I would move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 10 as Exhibit 10. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the jacket that you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the proposed People's Exhibit 10.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, it'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 10.
Okay. And in People's 2, is that also, where is the what you recognize in People's Exhibit 2?
It looks like channel 2 here, maybe.
Okay, facing the back?
Yeah.
Okay. And you recognize the jacket in this photo too, right? Yes.
It's a little blurry, but it looks the same.
Thank you for the super chat, JoJo.
What about in channel 1 of Exhibit 2?
Thank you for the super chat.
It would be this one right here.
Okay, and it's fair to say that's the back of a jacket? It seems to be the back of a jacket? Okay. Thank you. And you said that you saw this little girl with this jacket on getting in and out and going into the gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know who this little girl was at the time?
No.
Okay. Is there a time that you ever get out of your...
I'm going to pause. Also, thank you for the Cash App from Almond. I appreciate you so much. And thank you from Amari. I appreciate you as well. So those are the Cash Apps. And then I think I could have missed some of the if I missed any super chats, thank you.
Your car.
Yes.
And what do you do?
I needed to use the restroom, so I asked his partner if I could use the restroom. He told me to go and tell him in the gas station. And as I was walking towards the gas station, she was walking in front of me going into the gas station.
Okay. So about how far in front of you was she?
I would say maybe where the gentleman in the gray blazer is behind you. Maybe a little bit farther, I'm not really sure about that distance.
From where you are to him?
Yeah.
Okay. And boy, I'm really bad at estimates.
20, 25 feet?
Yeah, I would agree with about 20, 25 feet. And you said you never got a chance to see this little girl's face?
No.
Was there anything else about her that you can remember?
I just remember her being kind of small, like outside of just seeing her get in and out of the car. When I was walking towards her, I was like, she's tiny, and I just remembered the coat.
Okay. Tiny, like in what way? Like tiny, skinny, short?
Kind of skinny and short.
Okay. And did you ever ask Jarvis who the little girl was?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He told me, and I can't remember if it was this exact word, or he said it's my partner's niece, or he said it was King's niece.
Okay, but you knew who he was referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the Cash App, Kim, and thank you, Gucci, as well. Let me bring what she said back just a little bit. But thank y'all so much.
Where the gentleman in the gray blazer is behind you. Maybe a little bit farther, I'm not really sure about that distance.
From where you are to him?
Yeah.
Okay. And boy, I'm really bad at estimates.
20, 25 feet?
Yeah, I would agree with about 20, 25 feet. And you said you never got a chance to see this little girl's face?
No.
Was there anything else about her that you can remember?
I just remember her being kind of small, like outside of just seeing her get in and out of the car. When I was walking towards her, I was like, she's tiny, and I just remembered the coat.
Okay. Tiny, like in what way? Like tiny, skinny, short?
Kind of skinny and short.
Okay. And did you ever ask Jarvis who the little girl was?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He told me, and I can't remember if it was this exact word, or he said it's my partner's niece, or he said it was King's niece.
Okay, but you knew who he was referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Did you think anything of it at the time?
No.
Okay. And what is it that made you think something? Was there a time where you thought something different?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it that made you think something different?
I received phone call, a video call from one of his kids' mom, and she told me about some things that happened on Valentine's Day, and then she sent me a video of a podcast about my brother.
Okay. And what did you do as a result of receiving those things?
I called Shannon and I asked her for Sergeant Jones' phone number.
Okay. And who's the Shannon that you called?
His kid's mom.
Shannon Harris?
Yes.
Okay. Do you do anything before you go and talk to Sergeant Jones?
Yes.
Okay. What is it that you do?
Okay, so after having a conversation with Shannon Harris and his other kid's mom, I was informed that his partner King, I guess something happened where the
Objection, this is hearsay.
There's not a statement yet, Judge.
Being informed.
I'm not sure what she's even about to say.
Okay, just to the extent that it's informed of someone else's statement.
You might have to object in a couple moments.
You need to speak up.
If you could stand up
Please.
and make your objection.
Yes, just objecting to the fact that she was informed of something. It appears this might be hearsay, but we'll
Okay.
see. Yeah.
Could you finish what you were saying? I don't know where you were going with this.
I'm trying to remember where I left. Okay, so after talking to Shannon Harris and his other kid's mom, I was informed of some things that had taken place, I think Valentine's Day, so they told me that his partner King.
Okay, so
That
at this
is-
point, this is hearsay. They told me, and the lack of personal knowledge, the things that she was informed of.
Can I finish?
1 second.
One.
What is an
Sorry.
objection?
I'm
Everybody-
sorry.
The witness
Sorry.
has to stop talking.
So, based on those, do you go and talk to someone else?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you go and talk to?
His partner King
Okay. And where is it that you go and talk to King at?
at the shop on Harbor Encounters.
Okay. And without telling me what King said, kind of describe what was your conversation about?
Well, I went to see what happened and what was going on. During that time, I told him that I had never seen any little girl at my brother's shop besides my nieces, outside of the little girl that I saw getting out of his truck that day.
Okay.
And you told this to who?
King.
Okay.
And who is King again?
His business partner.
Okay. And do you know his government name?
I believe it's Cordero or something like that. I just always call him King.
Okay. So you went and told him that you hadn't seen anyone out at the shop besides your nieces and then the one little girl you saw that one day.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask him about that little girl?
Well, I didn't ask him about it. After I said that to him, he told me.
Objection, Your Honor, this is going to be hearsay again.
Judge, it's going to go to the effect on the listener.
There could be an exception. I don't know what she's saying. So you might as well just stay standing up. Go ahead, say what you were going to say.
After I mentioned to him that I had only saw my nieces and one particular little girl, he then told me that that was NaZiyah that I saw that day and I was there.
So I would object then, given now that she has testified to that it is hearsay, and that it is being introduced for the truth.
And Judge, I would say that it's actually a statement of identification.
So this is not an identification that she personally made. She's just being told.
I mean, she saw NaZiyah that day, so it's.
She didn't know who it was. I mean, she had no idea who this was. That's
She
not
didn't know
her
who she was.
identification.
So it is hearsay.
Okay. So, without saying what King said, were you informed of anything about a little girl that you saw on January 9th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, Jarvis had told you that that was King's niece?
Yes.
Okay. And when you talked to King, did you have reason to not believe what Jarvis told you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know your nieces from Jarvis? Sorry. That is a poorly worded question. I am sorry. If that was your niece, would you have recognized her that day?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not recognize this little girl as your niece, did you?
No.
Okay. What is it that you did after speaking with King that day?
I called Shannon Harris and I asked her for Sergeant Jones' phone number.
Okay. And did you eventually talk to Sergeant Jones?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. What day was it that you went to the shop and saw the little girl?
Can I ask you a question? I didn't remember the exact day at that time.
Okay. What is it that makes you believe that it was NaZiyah Harris that you saw on that day?
I'm not quite sure how to answer what you're asking me. Like,
That may be a poorly worded question. I'm sorry. Can I just have 1 second, George?
Yes.
Ms. Butts, did you come to learn of the day that you had gone to Jarvis's shop by going through the locations on your phone?
yes,
Okay. And that's the day that you don't remember off the top of your head right now, but it is revealed in your phone locations?
yes.
Okay. Let's see here. One second, let me get her finder. When is it that you went through your phone locations to determine the date? Oh, I'm sorry, do you need a moment?
I believe it's February, I think like 24th or the 26th. I can't remember the exact date.
Okay, that's when you would have went through your phone to find those?
Yes.
Okay, and did you also go through that in your interview with Sergeant Jones?
Yes.
Okay. And did you give Sergeant Jones permission to look at your location data?
Yes.
Okay. And your phone kind of extraction in general? Like to go through your phone for the data?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing else, Judge.
Okay, good afternoon. So you go to the shop where your brother works periodically, right?
All right, so now the defense is questioning her. And then after we watch her testimony, then we will watch his partner King's testimony as well. So those of you guys talking about King in the chat, we're going to watch his testimony next because he's also currently incarcerated. I guess he was on parole or something and had like a violation or something, I think. I don't know, but he's also incarcerated as well. We're going to watch his testimony next.
From time to time, yes.
You've been there prior to the day we've been talking about today?
Yes.
A couple times at least?
Yes.
And you'd been back there after?
Yes.
But the day we've been talking about, that's the only time you ever saw a child there?
That was the only time I saw a child I didn't recognize.
Okay, so you had seen other children there before?
Yes.
Okay. When you say that you recognize, these are who exactly?
My
usually?
nieces.
And when you first arrived at the shop that day, Jarvis told you that he wasn't going to be able to work on your car?
No.
No? Did you ask him if he'd be able to?
Judge, I think this calls for hearsay. They can't admit statements of the defendant.
Yeah, I
I'm
only
looking
have
more so for
Cash
her own
App, no
statement,
Zelle.
Actually,
For her
we'll
what?
start with her own statement.
Okay.
Did you ask him right away if he would be able to work on your car?
I talked to him prior to coming to the shop.
Before you arrived, you asked if he could work on your car that day?
I asked him to look at my car that day.
Okay. Did you arrive at the shop with the understanding that he would or would not be able to?
I arrived at the shop knowing that he was going to look at my car.
Okay. One moment. And was that via text or call?
Oh, somebody in the chat said he was off parole. Well, he in jail for something. I don't know.
Video call.
Okay, so a video call a little bit before you headed over?
Earlier in the day, maybe.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly what time.
Okay, so that's how you decided that you'd go over later.
He told me I could come.
Judge, this is kind of all calling for hearsay in a backdoor way.
The response is hearsay. Not
Yes.
that you necessarily asked for it, but it is hearsay.
Sure, we can
Be
keep it just her own. So to be clear, we don't need to talk about what he said to you, but you did a video
Hey.
call to him. And in that call, you asked if he could work on your car.
You
Right.
keep saying work on my car. I said look at my car.
Okay, look at your car, but you asked him personally in a video call.
Yes.
Okay, and that was maybe that morning?
I don't remember what time of day it was, but it was before I went to him.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And as you were saying, this day, I think you said you saw some other children there at other times, but this particular child, you only ever saw this child on this particular day.
Yes.
And the whole time you were there, from your testimony and from that police interview, you said that you never saw her face.
Yes.
And then you did also see some news stories about this case.
Yes.
Yeah, in the podcast that you talked about. Right, there were some podcasts.
I had already saw her on the news, but I did not know who she was.
Sure, but that was, by seeing those stories, that's how you started to think.
Well, I was sent the podcast after some other things that was told to me. That's when I received the podcast.
So initially, between the day you were at the shop, right, and then until you started to see that news, at first you didn't make this connection that maybe she was anyone in particular.
Not at all.
Okay. And then through seeing that news, those podcasts, that's when you started to think she
No,
was.
that's not the reason why I thought that.
No, but that's the timing, or it's not?
I guess you could say that.
That's when you started to, at least when you saw those things, that's when you started to wonder.
I was wondering before I saw the podcast.
Okay. In your police interview that you did, did you tell them that at first when you saw the news you didn't really make a connection because of not having seen her face?
Yes.
Okay. So that interview was on February 26, 2024, right?
Yes.
And you were having some trouble remembering some of the specific details from January 9th at that point?
Not so much as remembering maybe the order I remembered it in.
Okay. Were there some times, at least though, when you were asked some questions and some details that you had to say, I can't remember some things?
I can't remember now.
Okay. Would you agree that at least
Like,
that
it didn't have been that.
Okay.
I
was just
probably did. I guess it would be safe to say because I didn't know.
Okay, so you think it's safe to say that at that point in time, there are at least some details you were having a hard time, some questions you couldn't answer.
I can't disagree.
Okay. And it was pretty close in time, shortly before that police interview, that was when you first started to think that maybe this girl you'd seen at the shop had been NaZiyah Harris.
Can you repeat that?
So the first time you started to think that maybe that child, the one you saw, maybe that was NaZiyah Harris, that was pretty close in time to the police interview.
Maybe about a week or so before.
Okay. I believe, does it sound right to you that I think you told the police that it was on the Thursday prior to the interview?
Whatever the Thursday was after Valentine's Day.
Okay. So probably February 22nd. That was the Thursday prior to your interview.
Okay.
And then when you were at the shop, you primarily saw this child while she was inside a truck, right?
I didn't know it was a child in the truck until she kept getting out.
Okay, but when you saw her, she was in a truck?
I saw her getting out the truck, yes.
And were you inside your vehicle?
Yes.
You arrived in the daylight, right?
Yes.
And that's, I think, what you're referring to, right? Initially, that's when you didn't yet know somebody was in the truck.
Can you say that again?
So at the beginning, when you first got there, right, you didn't know right away that somebody was in the truck?
No, I didn't.
I think you had said before, because it was so light outside, it was a bit difficult to see into the truck?
I wasn't really paying attention to his truck. He was outside of it.
Sure. And then in your police interview, you referred to then seeing a light in the truck, and that's when you started to see somebody?
Yeah, just when the door opened.
Okay, so there's a light turned on, and at the same time a door opened?
That's the reason the light was on.
Okay, because the truck door was open. Yes?
Sure.
And you said that you saw a couple different times her go back and forth to the gas station?
Yes.
And only one of those different times you were on your way to the gas station as well?
Yes.
But for that whole time, she remained in front of you?
When I was going into the gas station, she was in front of me. When I walked into the gas station, she went to the left, I went straight, and over to the right.
For that walk over to the gas station, was it getting dark at that point?
It was already dark.
Okay. And while she was in the truck, you were not sure exactly which part of the truck this was?
I can't remember, no.
Okay.
All right, she doesn't really ask her anything else that's like relevant. I want to see who this lady who is come next, and then we'll end with King. So the last person, we're gonna end with King. I want to see this one because I didn't see this
Thank
one
you.
yet.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
NaZiyah Johnson,
And how old are you?
31.
And I don't want to know your exact address, but what is this? What street do you live on?
Auto Drive in Belfort.
Okay. And what kind of vehicle did you drive back in January of 2024?
A blue Nissan Sentra.
Okay. And do you recall being interviewed by Detroit police back
Thank you,
on
Ebony,
August
for the
30th,
super chat.
2024?
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say that was in relation to a Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know a Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that you know Jarvis Butts?
He's my daughter's father.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can
Oh,
you
this
point
is
to him and
another
tell me the
baby
color of the
mama.
clothing that he's wearing?
He's right there and he's wearing green.
And you're with the record.
Okay, so this is another one of his baby mamas. For those of y'all who missed it, let me bring it back.
Did you drive back in January of 2024?
A blue Nissan Sentra.
Okay. And do you recall being interviewed by Detroit police back on August 30th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say that was in relation to a Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know a Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that you know Jarvis Butts?
He's my daughter's father.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
He's right there and he's wearing green.
And you're with the record of the witnesses identified the defendant?
So reflective.
Thank you. And you said that he's your daughter's father?
Somebody in the chat said he got a type. Yes, he definitely has a type, and he definitely likes them a little delayed.
Yes.
How old is your daughter?
She just turned 2.
And when did you meet Jarvis Butts?
2019.
And how was it that you met him?
I had a flat tire and I went to his auto shop on Warren and Casual, a Neff.
Now, you said you have one daughter with Mr. Butts. Do you have any other children?
Yes.
Okay. What other children do you have?
I have a son.
Okay. And how old is he?
He's 7.
And that is not a child by Mr.
No.
Butts? Okay. Now, do you recall, we'll take you back to February 15th, 2024. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened that day?
Police came to my home, asked me if I know Jarvis and have I seen NaZiyah
Okay.
before.
All right. And did you, I guess, did they do anything at your house when you were there?
They searched my house.
Did they ever search, on that day, did they search your vehicle?
No.
Okay.
They just looked in there. They didn't do a full, I don't know if that was what you call a search of them looking inside.
Okay. Was there ever a time that you allowed Jarvis to use your vehicle?
Yes, one time.
Okay. And which
Two times, I should say.
2 times? Okay.
Ms.
And
Johnson, can you speak up just a little bit louder?
2 times.
Thank you.
in which vehicle was that?
The blue Nissan Sentra.
Okay. And I showed you a PowerPoint before of 197 photos of a Nissan Sentra. Do you recall seeing those photos?
Yes.
Ms.
And
Ripley, can you hold off one moment for the court reporter?
oh, sorry.
You're fine.
Yes. Do you recall me showing you the photos of a Nissan Sentra before?
Yes.
Okay. And in showing you those photos, did your Did those fairly and accurately depict how your Nissan Sentra looked back on August 30th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did it, well, first I'll move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 11, the PowerPoint of the Nissan Sentra.
Any objection?
No objection.
It would be admitted as People's Exhibit 11?
Thank you, Judge. And may I publish?
Yes.
Now, when you let Jarvis Butts borrow your vehicle, did it look? Oops, sorry. Did it look how it was photoed?
The back was messed up, but the front was good.
Okay.
It was fixed.
So back in January of 2024, your car still had the front end?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the only difference in how it looked from?
On photo, yes.
Okay. So that's the only difference in how it looked from January of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. When is it that Mr. Butts borrowed your vehicle?
January 9th.
Is that the first time?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was a second time?
Yes.
When was?
So he had her car the day the girl went missing, and the front end was intact, and now it's wrecked in the front. So what did he do? Run her over? Hit her with the car? How'd the car get like that?
What was that?
I think it was either the next day or the day after that day. I don't remember.
Okay. The first time, let's talk about the first time. How did it come about that he borrowed your car?
He called and asked if he can use my car to do something with his son.
Okay. And when is it that or how did he get your car?
I didn't get home till about 9 o'clock, and he came to my house to pick
Okay.
my car up.
Is that 9 a.m. or 9 p.m.?
9 p.m.
9 p.m.? Okay. And you said he came to your house and picked it up?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Mr. Butts say how long he was going to borrow your car for?
No.
Okay. Did you have a time where you expected it back?
At least 2 hours.
Okay. When did Mr. Butts return with your car?
The next morning.
Was this normal, abnormal?
No, not normal.
Not normal? Okay. And did Mr. Butts say what he was doing when he had your car?
No.
Okay. Did you notice anything different about or in your car after his use that first time?
No.
Okay. Did you notice anything in the back seat that was different?
There was a pair of glasses that was left that my son was playing with at the time.
Okay.
And mind you, she got a 2-year-old with him, and the son is not his kid. Y'all gotta stop letting these boyfriends and all this be picking up y'all kids and stuff. No.
I'm gonna show you. In People's Exhibit 11, photo 37. Where at would your son be sitting?
On the passenger side.
Okay, in the passenger.
On the back seat.
So, where is it? You can kind of see it better in photo 41. He would sit behind the passenger seat?
Yes.
Okay. Describe the glasses that he was playing with.
I believe they were clear around the frame part. I don't know what the ends look like, but I do remember they were clear around the frames.
Okay.
Cha-Cha said, why was he using her car because he was a bum and he didn't have a car, so he would use women for things like cars and, you know, money and whatever the case, because the other fiance had to drive him to court. And then the other person, he was borrowing all their cars. He's a bum.
And I want to show you what's already been introduced as People's Exhibit 12.
Yes.
Is there anything in People's Exhibit 12 that you recognize?
The glasses.
Okay. How is it that you recognize those glasses?
They were clear just like that. The one my son was playing with.
Okay. Now, you said your son was playing with them in the back seat. How did you get them from your son?
I told him to give them to me because I didn't know whose glasses they were.
Okay. How is it that you go to ask or come to ask Jarvis about these glasses?
Well, my son was playing with them when I was with Jarvis at his shop.
And
Blessed One says he really liked kids. He was just using women. Yeah, we know he liked kids, all right. Clearly, he liked them a little too much.
I guess.
The next day, I went up to the shop, and my son, like picking my son up from school.
Thank you,
Jarvis
Sunday.
See his daughter, and my son was playing in the back with the glasses.
Okay. From when Jarvis had borrowed your car and returned it to you picking up your son from school, had anybody else borrowed your car?
No.
Okay. So you're at the shop. You see your son playing with the glasses. You take them from him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, tell me, what does Jarvis do?
He snatched them from me and said those were his son's glasses.
Okay. Okay. And do you think anything of this at the time?
No, I just thought that was his sunglasses because he said he was taking his son somewhere in the car.
All right. Now, the second time that Jarvis asked to use your car, you said that was either the day after or the next day.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about how that comes to happen.
Well, he comes to my house when he get off work. He comes by, get my car, say he needs to use it again for his son. I said okay, and he said he wasn't going to be gone for that long like he was the time before. I said okay, and he was only gone for like 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
Okay. And are those the only 2 times that he ever used your car?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Were there times that he would be...
Fatima, my correction, I guess he do have a car, but he liked to use their car, child. I don't know. But it's definitely weird that he got an auto body shop. He fix on cars, but need to use all their cars.
In your car with you?
Yes.
That you would take in places?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had any contact with Jarvis since he turned himself in on February 7th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that through?
Phone calls, get out, text, app.
Okay.
Ms. Johnson, you need to pull that microphone off the ledge. Yeah, that way I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you recall a phone call in which Jarvis asked you some things about your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And you've heard that call before?
Yes.
Okay, and was that call that I played for you, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the call that you had with
Yes.
Jarvis and him asking you about the car?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 13.
Any objection?
No objection.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yeah, it'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 13, and you can publish. Can I also see Exhibit 12 when you get a moment?
Yes, Judge.
Mayor.
Yes.
And for the record, this phone call is 6 minutes and 43 seconds long.
The call from
You didn't get what she
an
said?
inmate at Wayne County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. The inmate has requested that you pay for this call. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now. Thank you for using Tell-Me. Yeah.
Anyway, I got one more for you to do. 313-207-2195.
Hello.
Hello?
What is it?
207. 219.
You want that?
Huh?
You want that?
0.
They ain't said nothing yet, but a number.
Hello? 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 Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
It sound like he must have had somebody three-way somebody, and they just now answered.
You said what?
I said, I don't know what the fuck going on, but they done did everybody shit.
He said, I don't know what the F going on, but something everybody S-H-I-T.
Everybody shit. You on everybody house? They come to my shit? I don't even think they know of me.
But I need you to, anything that I had, anything that I touched, that's for yourself, man. Anything about me, man. That's for your goddamn self. You feel me?
Yeah.
Huh?
Clearly.
Yeah, so say go to my house.
Go on.
Yeah. Go to my house, man.
Alright. How you calling me?
My house, I'm doing something I ain't like supposed to be doing, but go to my house, man. I'm afraid.
Huh?
Go to my house, get mama car. car? Yeah, she got to go home, use her car. Okay. So don't use my car at all? I don't know what's going on, bro. They're taking everything.
You dumb, stupid ass bitch. What the hell you mean, so don't use my car? And then you just on this phone with him like an accomplice. They need to lock you up too. Talking about what?
Use your mama car, man. Drive around, man. Trying to fix yourself with your mama car, man. Your brother carries somebody's car. This shit is beyond. Okay. Others beyond me. I don't know what the fuck, man. Clean them motherfuckers up, something. I don't know.
It sound like he said clean them MFers up or something. I don't know. That's what it sound like. I don't know.
My car? Yeah, they got my phone. They got my car. They got their cars. They got their guns. I don't know what the fuck they do, bro. Yeah, but what the fuck did that got shit to do with me is what I'm saying. That got shit to do with me, man, and I'm not understanding what the fuck is going on, you feel me? I'll call you later, man. Like, I don't know what's going on. Wrap my head around this shit, though. This shit's starting to piss me off. Okay. So I'll get in touch with you later, man. Okay. All right. Hello? 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 Mm-hmm. Oh, what's going on, bro? You got your job, your regular job? Mm-hmm. Yeah. My regular job, 6:45. I'll call you about 7:30. All right. I love you. Love you too.
Now, what did you think when Jarvis told you those things?
I didn't know what to think when he told me those things.
Okay. What did you do in response to receiving this call, if anything?
Nothing.
Okay. Did you clean anything up?
No.
Did you wipe anything down?
No.
Okay. And that would be in your house?
Yes. House, car, everything.
Okay.
Didn't touch it, nothing.
All right.
Girl, bye.
So, just to clarify a little bit, Jarvis borrowed your car on the 9th,
Yes.
brought it back the 10th in the morning,
Yes.
Did-
Yeah.
about 6 a.m. or so, or in the morning?
In the morning, about 8:30, 8 o'clock.
8:30. All
I
right.
was taking my son to school.
Okay. And did he borrow it later that day again, or the next day?
I can't remember if it was later that day or the next day. I just know he did it again. He
Okay.
borrowed it again.
Okay. I think they're good.
Enough of her. All right, so the last testimony is going to be King, the business partner. Now, there are several other testimonies that they did where they talked to like detectives, they talked to forensic analysis, they talked to different individuals. If you guys want to see all of the testimony that I'm not showing, because I just kind of want to touch on like the main testimonies or whatever, you can go to Fox 2 Detroit. And if you click on Fox 2 Detroit's channel, you go to their live tab, and under their live tab, they have all of the streams. So you have to go to the live tab, okay? If you just go to their page, it won't show up. So you have to specifically select live, and then all of the hearings are here. All right? All right. So now we're going to go to the business partners.
Now, also, just to put everyone on notice, this case is being streamed live on YouTube. So if there's anyone on YouTube who may testify or is a witness on this case, you must also log on and not view the proceedings today. Anything else?
No, Judge. No, I'm happy to abstain.
Okay, so call your first witness to review.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, we will call Cordell Wright.
Stand right here, Mr. Wright. Face the judge. Raise your right hand.
Thank you, Ma Abdus one for the super chat.
I do.
You said this was his preliminary hearing.
Could you spell his first name?
Cordell.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning.
And Mr. Wright, do you have a nickname?
Yes.
And what's your nickname?
King.
Is that K-I-N-G?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. How old are you?
37.
When's your birthday?
11/17.
What year?
86.
And Mr. Wright, back in January 2024, were you on an MDOC tether?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what dates were you on tether from?
From March 14th, 23 to March 28th of 24.
And what were your tether restrictions back then?
I could leave the house from 6 in the morning. I had to be back in by 9 p.m.
Mr. Wright, do you know someone named? How do you know Jarvis Butts?
I first met him, we worked together at a shop called Frank's. And then we owned the shop together.
Okay. And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
No.
You, would you be able to stand up so you can look around?
Yes. No. 2018.
And you said you two worked together initially at a place called Frank's?
Frank's.
All right. Where was Frank's at?
He has a couple locations. He has 7, but the one I met him at was on Warren and Neff.
Tell me if you recognize those.
I recognize this one, and this one.
Okay. And those are those a fair and accurate depiction of the Frank's Auto Shops? At least 2 of them on Warren and the other one maybe on Harper?
Yes.
Okay. Which is the one that's on Harper?
The last one of the inside.
Okay. And that's People's Proposed Exhibit 6?
Yes.
Okay. You're not moving for the admission of People's 4, 5, and 6?
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor. You'll be admitted as People's Exhibits 4, 5, and 6.
Thank you, Judge. How long did you work at Frank's with Mr. Buck?
Thank you, Andrea.
A few years.
About how many years would you estimate?
2.
And when did that change from Frank's to another shop?
Maybe in 23 sometime.
Okay. Would it be earlier in the year or later in the year?
Maybe mid, maybe in May. Well, maybe April, May.
And then where did you guys work then?
We got a shop together on 9,000 Connor.
Thank you, Diva.
What was at 9,000 Connor?
A sicko, a car wash, and our shop was in the middle of both.
You're May I Yes. Mr. Gray, I'm handing you what's marked as people proposed exhibits 7 and 8. Can you look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I recognize.
Okay. And are those a fair and accurate depiction of your shop at 9,000 Connor?
Yes, it is.
And you're not with the admission of people's proposed exhibits 7 and 8?
No objection. They'll be admitted as people's exhibits 7 and 8.
Thank you. Who was it that you mainly worked with at 9,000 Connor?
I'm sorry.
Who was it that you worked with at 9,000 Connor?
Jarvis.
I want to take you back to when you were working at Frank's with Mr. Butts. Did you ever see Mr. Butts with any children there?
Yes.
And specifically, did you see him with any young girl children?
Yes.
And did you know who those were?
Yes.
Who were they? Who were they?
His daughter, his niece.
Daughters and niece. What about any boys?
Yes.
Okay. And who were they?
His sons.
How often would you see him with children there at Frank's?
Sporadically.
And at 9,000 Connor, did you see Mr. Butts with any children then?
Yes.
Okay. Any girls?
Yes.
And who would they be?
His daughter.
And what about any boys?
Yes.
And who would they be?
His sons.
And how often would you see him with children at 9,000 Connor?
Sporadic.
And as it relates to this case, it's fair to say that you spoke with Detroit police a few times?
Yes, about 4.
About 4 times? Okay. That first time that you talked to Detroit police, do you recall about when that was?
The first time was the day before Valentine's Day, so like February 13th.
February 13th, and is that of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and at that time,
We're going to speed his side to side, head, butt up a little bit. I'm getting tired of this now. We're going to speed him up a little bit, y'all. If it's too fast, go to your playback speed and just put it slower if it's too fast. But we
were you
got to speed it up.
presented with a jail call?
Yes.
Okay. And who was that jail call with?
Jarvis.
Okay. And who was he talking to?
Me.
All right. And what was the topic of that jail call?
He called to ask would I receive a cell phone out of a truck for him.
And were you familiar with what truck he was asking you to get it from?
Yes.
What truck was that?
It was a Z71 Chevy Suburban.
And did you know who that truck belonged to?
Yeah, his baby mom or somebody he was dealing with.
And do you recall listening to that jail call?
Yeah, I recall.
Okay. If I would move to admit the jail call from, I believe it's February 8th, 2024, between Mr. Wright and Mr. Butts.
Any objection?
No objection.
What is it? Exhibit number one?
Sorry, that's exhibit number 1.
Exhibit exhibit one?
Thank you, Judge. And may I publish?
Yes, I didn't co-host.
Thank you, Judge. And for the record, I am playing People's Exhibit 1.
Gotcha.
This is a one-time free 3-minute call from an inmate at Wayne County Jail. Your phone is a must collect call. This call has been provided by Helmets as a courtesy for friends and family. You
Put on your headphones if it's low.
And some use prepaid. We can take your credit or debit card information over the phone and connect you immediately.
If it's low for this part, put your headphones on. I'll put the closed captions. What did they mean, closed captions unavailable? Never mind.
This call is subject to recording and monitoring. Press 1 to accept all communications from this. Thank you for using Helmets.
My guy, what's up, man?
Not shit, man. What's happening?
Not shit, man. How you feel? My bad, I missed your call. I was working like a motherfucker.
I figured they said you was up there banging, said something banging.
Yeah, you know it. What's up,
my nigga?
Oh shoot. Oh wait, hold on. Let me put it normal speed. What is happening? What the fuck? What the hell? Hold on. I haven't watched his testimony either, y'all. It's some of them I was saving to watch with y'all on live. This one is one of them too. What did he just say? Blah, 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 blah. I think it's my bedtime. Shoot.
You cannot receive additional calls from this instance until you call prepaid. We can take your credit or debit card information over the phone and connect you immediately back to your call. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. Press 1 to accept all communications from this. Thank you for using Helmets.
My guy, what's up, man?
Not shit, man. What's happening?
Not shit, man. How you feel? My bad, I missed your call. I was working like a motherfucker.
I figured they said you was up there banging, said something banging.
Yeah, you know it.
What's up, my nigga? Who is that, Tim? What's up, boy?
You know it.
Hey, shit. Man, I'm calling, man. These bitches, they put my money on my motherfucking books, bro.
Oh, yeah, take a minute for them to put that shit on there. Even if you walk in with it, man, they be playing it crazy.
Yeah, man.
I swear to God. They do that with machine and shit. You show you straight, you need something. I mean, I'm gonna give you a couple dollars for that, baby.
Yeah, I had some money on my books, nigga. I came in with money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they put this shit on my hookup. I was up on the tablet. I get come up $0. That's some bullshit.
That shit crazy.
Yeah.
How is it, though?
Man, that's some bullshit. I'm really gonna be quarantined on this whole shit, bro.
Oh, yeah.
He like, how is it? I can't wait to be there with ya. How is it? Hopefully they'll make us cellmates.
Yeah, they got you on that quarantine club for how long? 3 days?
I don't know how long, nigga. Shit, I'm about to be the only one in this bitch on my part.
You say what happened?
I said, shit, I'm about to be the remember me and young, you know, this motherfucker, you want these boys on this bitch.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
What you need?
Huh?
No, I was asking what that customer needs. Man, listen. You straight?
Yeah, I'm good, my nigga.
Huh?
So yeah, I'm good, oh shit, yeah. You got Ashley number, right?
What's that?
Yeah.
So Dig, I need you to call her one thing and get that truck up there.
God.
Get my phone up there, baby.
Oh, that shit hurt my ears so bad. Oh my God. I'm not even being funny. Oh my God. What the fuck? I'm sorry. I think I'm getting sleepy now because what? Is it Tourette's or am I tripping? Like, what is happening? What is going on here? Either I'm sleepy or somebody got Tourette's. Something is happening.
On that quarantine club for how long? 3 days?
I don't know how long, nigga. Shit, I'm about to be the only one in this bitch on my part.
You say what happened?
I said, shit, I'm about to be there. Remember me and yanking up in this motherfucker, you want these boys up in this bitch.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
What you need?
Huh?
No, I was asking something what that customer needs. Man, listen. You straight?
Yeah, I'm good, my nigga.
Huh?
So yeah, I'm good, oh shit, yeah, you got Tasha number, right?
Yeah.
So Dig, I'm gonna need you to call her one day, nigga, and get that truck up there, nigga. Get my phone up there back seat, bro.
Oh, man. All right. Well, I'm going to get the truck up there. What will tell her?
Tell her you fuck around and lost your car that there too when we was moving the radio on the seat. Now, I said this.
You have 1 minute remaining for this call.
Reach my hand that back seat.
Yeah.
So you reach behind that back seat, bro. There's a box right there. Straight behind the middle of that back seat, bro.
Okay, under it or in the back or in the back thing?
In the back, like right in the back of the seat, bro.
Okay.
On the second row.
You know you took the key. You took the key to the gate.
It's the same key.
I don't have that key to it.
Yeah, you do. It's the same key to the lock and the door.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. All right.
Yeah, it's the same key, bro.
Now, you know I got you. I'll put the money on the phone later, man. When I get around, baby, I will put the credit card. You I
call my wife and have her bring it up to see.
No, I don't need it though. If you said the same one, I got it. So I don't need it right now anyway. Just when I get the scrap out of there.
Okay.
Were you successful in getting that cell phone from the vehicle like Mr. Butt asked you to?
She came up there, but no, I wasn't successful. It wasn't there.
Wasn't there? Okay.
Right.
Tasha.
And who's Taki that you know of?
His baby mom.
Okay. Did you look for it in the vehicle?
Yeah, I looked for it.
Okay. And you were unsuccessful in finding it?
Yes.
And Mr. I want to talk to you now about the second time that you were speaking with Detroit police. Would it be fair to say that was just a couple days after your first time?
It was not long, a few weeks maybe. I was off tether at that point, I believe.
Okay. And do you recall talking about fixing a red Jaguar and going to Ypsilanti?
Yes, I do.
Tell me about how many times did you and Mr. Butts go to Ypsilanti?
I believe it was either 2 or 3.
Okay. All right. And tell me about how did that come about? Whose red Jaguar is this?
My son's grandma.
Your son's grandma.
So she called, said she was having some problems with it and asked if we would come look at it, which is not unusual. We do house calls depending on the person and where it's located, but this is my son's grandma, so of course we're gonna make the exception. She called and said she was having problems with the car, asked if we would come look at it. We went, assessed the car at her house the first time. I think we made a minor repair there, not to the extent that it was the problem that she was having after the fact.
Okay. So, where is this red Jaguar located when you guys go out to see it?
It's in my son's grandma's driveway in Ypsilanti, off Michigan Avenue, I believe.
All right. And who goes with you out there that first time?
Jarvis.
Okay. Is it just you and Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys go out there and you assess, make a minor. Is there another time that you end up having to do work on this red Jaguar?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
She drove the Jaguar for a while. It was doing fine. And then she said it was leaking something. I asked her what it was leaking. She said she didn't know. I asked her if she could get it towed to the shop. She said yeah.
Okay. So at some point this red Jaguar gets towed to your shop at 9000 Connor?
Yes.
Okay. And who works on it at 9000 Connor?
Me and Jarvis.
Okay. And what do you do when you finish fixing? Do you ever finish fixing the red Jaguar?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you do when you finish fixing it?
We take it back to her. I called her first and asked her how she was planning on retrieving the vehicle. She said she was going to tow it, and I didn't want to cost her no more money, so I told her that we could bring it.
Okay. And
maybe he mentioned it. Hold on, wait.
do you recall if that was on or about January 9th of 2024?
It was on.
It was on that day?
Yes.
Okay. So
Okay, my bad, y'all. My bad. He might mention it now then, because the lady testified that he brought the girl with him to the house, and that was the day that she disappeared. So he's saying it was on January 9th, so I jumped the gun a little bit too fast. Maybe let me listen.
on that day, before you take the red Jaguar back, who was tell me about how that day started for you.
I woke up. I typically leave the house at 6 because that's what time I could leave. So I went to the gym. I got to the shop probably around 8:30. I don't know who opened the shop. I can't really recall which one of us opened it, but Jarvis may have been there already. A few cars came in, then the Jaguar probably got there maybe around 9 o'clock. I assessed the Jaguar. Jarvis left for a moment. I had another mechanic, being it's a foreign car, so I had a foreign car mechanic with the work, but he was busy, so he came, said he wouldn't have time to do it, so I think I Googled it, seen how it was done, and I proceeded taking the water pump off.
Okay. So you're working on the Jaguar, and is Mr. Buck at work that day?
Yes, he was there.
Okay. What do you guys being you and Mr. Butts, do as it relates to work on the night?
I think we had a few cars that came in that needed some minor repairs. Between that and the Jaguar, we was jumping in and out of the Jaguar job, and the cars that could pull it up, maybe oil change, tune up, whatever, et cetera, so forth was. But we was mainly working on the Jaguar.
Jamila says, Neek, do you know, are there any recent preliminary hearings since this tape was a little older? All of the preliminary hearings that I played before his testimony was the recent preliminary hearings. There is no more preliminary hearings after what was done yesterday and the day before that. It's now set to go to trial. So the most recent ones were the ones I played first. This is only the oldest one, but all the other ones that I played were the newest ones.
I'm trying to get the water pump off, as it is a hard job to do.
And do you always have all of your parts on stock or on your person in stock with you?
No, we call either AutoZone, Mansfield, one of the auto stores that has them.
Okay. And did you have to go get any auto parts on January 9th?
Yes, we had to go get the water pump for the Jaguar, as well as some other parts, I believe, for other cars.
Okay. And when you go and get parts, is it usually just one of you, both of you, or something else?
That depending. If it's a car there, then one of us will stay. If it's not a car there, we go together sometimes.
Okay. And on January 9th of 2024, did one of you guys go to the auto parts store, or did you both go?
We both went.
Both went? Okay. Tell me what happens when you go to the auto parts store.
Before that, I called them. They ordered the water pump, so we went and picked it up when they called and said it was in. We got in the truck, went to AutoZone, got the water pump. On our way back from AutoZone, I believe we forgot something, so we ended up turning back around, going back to AutoZone, grabbed whatever we forgot, came back, and on our way back, we was coming down Harbor. Jarvis said, "I see my niece right there. She walking." We pulled into Angel's liquor store. I still didn't see her. He pointed across my face, said she right there. She was coming across the street at that time. She got in the truck with us. She spoke, "Hi King, hi Jay," and we proceeded back to the shop.
Okay. So when you guys are driving to these auto parts stores, who's driving?
Jarvis.
Okay. And where are you at?
Passenger seat.
Okay. And you said when you guys are heading back to the shop the second time, that's when you said Jarvis spots someone?
Yes.
Who does he say that he spots?
Okay, so he admits to seeing the niece the day that she disappeared. All right. So they was together. The niece comes. They working on cars. Woody 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 whoop.
His niece.
His niece, okay. And do you recognize his niece?
Yes, when I see her, when he pointed her out to me, yes, I recognize her walking across the street.
Okay. And so you guys pull over. Where does she get into the car at?
I believe she getting the behind me, so the back seat behind me.
Okay. Does Jarvis say anything to her?
Yeah, she speaks to both of us, and we speak back.
Okay. What does he say to her?
Hi.
Hi. Okay. And where do you guys go after you pick up his niece?
Back to the shop.
Okay, and that's at 9,000 Connor?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you guys do when you get back to 9,000 Connor?
He back in. We get out. We proceed to working on the Jaguar. I may have got out the car first with the parts, and he was in the car with her for a second. I got out, started working on the Jaguar.
And what happens next? What do you guys do?
I believe she get out, get into the front seat, reposition herself to the front seat of his truck. It was colder that day. I believe she started the truck. We started working on the Jaguar, putting the parts back on. It took a little minute. Like I said, it was a difficult job, so it took a while. At some point, I believe his truck ran out of gas, so we had to stop what we were doing to push his truck to the gas pump so he could get some gas.
So you said that she gets out of the car that you guys were in?
Yes.
Okay, and then she gets into Jarvis's truck?
No. We was always in Jarvis' truck.
Okay.
So she gets out the back seat and repositions herself to the front seat so she can start the cover.
And tell me, what kind of car, or what kind of truck does Jarvis drive?
Escalade.
Okay. And what color?
It's pearl white.
Okay. What, if you can see, what is his niece doing while you guys are working on the shop, at the shop?
I believe she's on her cell phone, I believe.
Does Jarvis ever take his niece anywhere that, like, while you guys are working at the shop?
No.
No? Okay. Did you ask him if he was going to take her home at all?
I believe I asked him, was he going to drop her off when the
I
truck
hope
ran
I
out of
didn't break
gas.
my
He had to
mic.
push it to the pump. It was just a distraction from work, so I asked, was he going to drop her off? He said no.
And did you finish working on the Jaguar that day?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened?
I think I done broke my mic.
I called my son, grandma, and asked her how she was going to retrieve the vehicle. She said she was going to tow it back. I told her she didn't have to do that. That was just spending extra money. So I asked Jarvis, was it all right if we dropped it off? He said yes. And we started making preparations to do so.
Do you recall about what time
Oh, never mind. False
you
alarm.
guys finished the
It's
Jaguar
okay.
and prepared to leave?
Right around 7:30ish, somewhere around there.
When do you guys eventually leave the shop?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about who all leaves the shop?
Me, Jarvis, and his niece.
Okay. And tell me about the driving arrangements.
So I drove my 300 and Jarvis drove the Jaguar.
And where was his niece at?
She was with him in the front seat of the Jaguar.
Now, are you able to recall what his niece looked like that day?
Yes. Faintly, but yes.
Do you remember what kind of clothing she was wearing?
I remember she had her jacket on. Like I said, a coat. It was cold, so I think it was colorful.
Colorful?
Yeah.
And may I approach?
Yes.
And Mr. Wright, I'm approaching you with People's Proposed Exhibit 2. And I'm going to direct you to the top left corner. Can you tell me, is there anything that you recognize in that?
The jacket in Channel 1.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the jacket that you've seen his niece, Jarvis's niece, wearing that day?
Yes.
Okay. And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 2.
Any objection? No objection. Will be admitted as People's Exhibit 2.
Thank you. And I'm showing you it's marked Appeals Proposed Exhibit 3. Do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
Thanks. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of Jarvis's niece as you remember seeing her back on January 9th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the same niece that went with you to Ypsilanti?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 3?
No objection. Okay, it'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 3.
Thank you. So, you guys are driving to Ypsilanti. You said you're driving in your 300, and Jarvis is driving the Jaguar with his niece.
Yes.
Okay. About how long does it take you guys to get to Ypsilanti?
It was raining that day, so about 35 minutes.
And when you get to Ypsilanti, what do you do?
We get out, we park the car, get out, we go in. My son's grandma and I believe his auntie was there as well, so they greeted us. They, they'd spoken to him before, so they greet him. And then my son, grandma asked who the little girl was.
And did you introduce the little girl?
No,
Okay. Who introduced the little girl?
Jarvis did.
And what did Jarvis introduce her as?
His niece.
Thank you, Melanin Beauty, for the super chat.
And about how long do you guys stay in Ypsilanti?
Not long, maybe 15 minutes or so. My son, auntie had to go get the rest of our money that my son, grandma didn't have, so she went to the ATM.
What do you guys do when she went to the ATM?
Talking. She was just telling us about other work she needed to do around her house, etc., so on and so forth.
Okay. And was Mr. Bucks with you the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. So, you guys eventually leave Ypsilanti?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about the driving arrangements leaving Ypsilanti.
At this point, we only have one vehicle, which is mine. We get in, Jarvis in the front. I believe NaZiyah sat behind me.
Sat behind you?
Yes.
Okay. So, and is there any kind of talking or conversation when you guys are driving?
No, I got sounds in my car, so no.
And do you recall about what time you guys, where do you guys go when you leave Ypsilanti?
Back to 9,000 Connors.
Okay. And do you recall about what time you guys get back to 9,000 Connors?
Probably around 8:45. I was cutting it close on the tether.
What do you do when you get back to 9,000 Connors?
Hey, and to my moderators, did any of you guys block anybody? I'm getting DMs that somebody was blocked. Why were they blocked? What's going on? I didn't see nobody get blocked. Who blocked somebody in the chat? Did y'all block anybody in the chat? You said no? Like an hour ago? Okay, I'll figure it out.
Opened up the shop door where he left his truck in one of the bays, so we opened up that bay door, went through the gas station, because that's the way we entered the shop, went through the gas station, opened the shop, opened one of the bay doors. I went to the back and started splitting the money that we had made for the day, and separating the receipts, etc.
Where do you see his niece go?
Getting this truck.
Do you recall where at this truck she got into?
Passenger seat.
Is that front passenger, back passenger, or something else?
Front passenger.
And where's Mr. Butts at?
Back in the back with me, separating the cash.
And when you leave, do you lock up the shop?
No, I left first.
You left first. Okay. So when you leave, who's still at the shop?
Jarvis and his niece.
Do you see them leave the shop at all?
No.
And have you seen, Jarvis's niece, the one that was with you on the 9th? Have you seen her since?
So the last person to see her alive on the day that she disappeared is Jarvis Butts.
January 9th, 2024.
No.
Now I want to talk about the day after that you guys went to FC, so January 10th. Do you recall if Mr. Butts was at work that day?
I don't think he was.
What makes you think that he wasn't?
I believe he called me like 3 times, 4 times. No reason for him to call me if he was standing right next to me.
Judge, I don't think he's speculating, so not putting police.
So then he didn't go to work. I mean, so far at first, I jumped the gun and I was judging him just for being his partner. But honestly, his testimony sounds truthful so far. Like, to me, like, he seemed a little irritated and I was a little sketchy from him and I was prejudging him. But so far, his testimony seems like he's telling the truth based on other testimonies that I have seen and just me listening to it. And that's just to me. Now, if he helped out with her unaliving or whatever, I mean, it's possible. But so far, it sounds like he's telling the truth to me.
Can you ask the question? Re-ask the question.
Yes. So you said that you don't believe he was at work because he would call you, or he called you so often?
He called me. We had a 30-minute conversation on one account, and then we had another conversation about 15
You
minutes.
say he's still a milk dud?
Okay. So that makes you believe in your mind that he was actually on the deal?
And I'm not saying he don't know what happened. I'm pretty sure he knows exactly what happened. I'm saying as far as the timeline of events that happened so far, it seemed like he was being straightforward.
What's the question first?
He was asking, based on those conversations, in his mind to him, that means that Mr. Butts was not at the shop with him. I don't think that's leading.
It's stating a conclusion. He said he already stated that he wasn't at the shop. We didn't believe. So I'll overrule.
Thank you. You can answer.
One more time, I'm sorry.
Sorry. So based on the length of those phone calls and the times of them, did that make you believe that Mr. Butts was not at the shop with you?
Right.
Did
No.
Have you talked to Mr. Butts, aside from that jail call that we played, since turning himself in?
No.
And do you know someone, do you know any of Jarvis's siblings?
Yes.
And which sibling do you know?
I met his brother and I met his sister.
Okay. You talked to his sister. Well, start that. Do you remember would his sister ever come to the shop?
Sporadically.
Sporadically. Okay. And are there times that you talk to her?
Yes.
Okay. And had you talked to her about Jarvis's niece being missing?
After the police questioned me, I believe she came up there and we spoke about it, yes.
And Mr. Wright, I'd asked you earlier about if you'd seen Mr. Butts in the courtroom, so that you couldn't see him.
Yes.
Fair? Okay. Your Honor, may I approach? Yes. And I'm showing you People's Proposed Exhibit 9. Can you tell me if you recognize that photo?
Yes.
And who is it in that photo?
Jarvis.
Okay. Next, Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. Now I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 9.
The exhibit as People's Exhibit 9.
Thank you. And Mr. Wright, I kind of want to direct your attention back to People's Proposed Exhibit 3, or People's Exhibit 3, I'm sorry. And if you can see it from here where I'm holding it?
All right, so that is part of his testimony. His testimony is on Fox 2 Detroit. If you want to watch the full thing, it is on Fox 2 Detroit under their live tab. This was a live video, and they questioned him for an hour. Now, somebody DM me a interview that the Aunt Shannon did. So I'm just going to play like 10 minutes of it, see what it's about. They said that the demeanor of the aunt was completely different in this interview that she did last year. So I'm going to take a look at it, but I'm kind of starting to get a headache a little bit. So let me go to, she said the 1 hour and 36-minute mark.
Situation where they did nothing because allegedly they convinced the kids to lie to the police and said that they didn't really say that, or
exactly.
they said that because
if we don't have solid evidence to stand on, we can only just say what's being told. But if we really don't know what's going on, we only going off of hearsay what somebody else, like, what y'all want us to do? We've been out there looking. It's other people down there. We putting up flyers. They taking down the flyers. We've been putting in the work. We ain't been chilling, not on this side.
And that was another thing that I heard too. You know what you just said. Y'all been putting up flyers, and somebody.
Yeah, they've been